Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 annual meeting of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. My name is Drew Mason, and I am the district moderator. I call this meeting to order. I invite all who are able to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which it stands, one nation. Schools provide instruction, encouragement, and opportunity for our students across a variety of disciplines, including academics, sports, and the arts. This morning, the Hollis Brookline High School Honors Choir was invited to sing the national anthem to open today's session of the New Hampshire House of Representatives. They are here tonight to share their voices with us. I invite all who are able to please stand for our national anthem, sung by the Hollis Brookline High School Honors Choir, directed by Matthew Barbosa. Thank you very much. I invite all serving members of our armed forces and all veterans to stand and be recognized. We thank you for your service. I invite School Board Chair Holly Durlew Babcock to introduce the school board. Need sound.
Is that good? Oh,
Yes.
Yep. I'm Holly Durlew Babcock. I'm chair of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board. I welcome you tonight. Appreciate you coming out. We have sitting over here Tom Solon, who's our vice chair. He's actually in the back checking in. Beth Williams, our secretary, is on her way. Elizabeth Brown, Kate Stoll, Krista Whalen, and Cindy Van Conen all join me up here as members of your school board, and we are honored to serve you.
I invite Budget Committee Chair Darlene Mann to introduce the Budget Committee.
Good evening, and thank you for your attendance this evening. I'd like to introduce the members of the Budget Committee. To my left are Brian Rader and Tom Whalen in the front row, and in the back row, Tony Stanisi, Raul Blanchet, Dave Blinn, and Matt McGuire. And Cindy Van Conen is our school board representative to the Budget Committee.
I invite SAU Superintendent Andy Corey to introduce members of the school and SAU administration.
Tonight we have Gina Bergskog, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, Lauren DeGennaro, Director of Student Services, Kelly Seeley, our Business Administrator, Linda Sherwood, our Assistant Business Administrator, Tim Gerzone, our High School Principal, Patrick West, our Middle School Principal, Bob Ouellette, our High School Assistant Principal, Amanda Zeller, our High School Assistant Principal, Yolanda Flamino, our Middle School Assistant Principal, Jen Campbell, our middle school coordinator of special education, Kim Meyer, our high school coordinator of special education, and Rich Raymond, our director of technology. Thank you.
Assisting me tonight are District Council James O'Shaughnessy and District Clerk Diane Levitt. The supervisors of the checklist and the ballot clerks are in the back, and we have assistants and counters that we will need during the night. This building and this meeting are mask optional. I ask that members be thoughtful and considerate of others who might have different views about masking. The fire department would like to remind you that this room has 4 emergency exits, 2 sets in the back and 2 sets up here in the front. Please do not block the exits. I recognize Michelle St. John.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, it's a little loud. I would like to take this moment to invite the legislative body to join me in a moment of silence in memory of Braden O'Connor, who died tragically this past November in a tragic accident. Braden was a junior at Hollis Brookline High School, and Braden brought much joy to the people who were in his life. So I'd like to invite you all now to join me in a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you.
Most of you already know the results of last week's elections. This is my report to the district. The winners are shown with counts in red. Thanks go to all who participated in the elections, be it as candidates, campaigners, canvassers, election workers and officials, town and school officials, or voters. The sign of a vibrant democracy is participation. Brookline's election had 928 voters, which was a turnout of 23%. Hollis had a record-breaking 2,138 voters, which was a turnout of 34%. Thank you all for voting. We are recruiting. Across the 2 towns, no one ran for the position of Brookline School Moderator nor Hollis School Moderator. The school districts, indeed both towns and the co-op, need someone who is interested in becoming moderator. Peter, Jim, and I are not getting any younger. We would like to be able to train replacements before we retire from moderating. If you are interested, please see me after the election, after the meeting. This meeting video is being streamed from the SAU 41 website. It's available for watching from home or even in the room if you like. Resources that are available on sau41.org include copies of this presentation and copies of the warrant and the proposed budget. We are here tonight to discuss and act on the subjects brought forward on the warrant by your school board. To do so effectively, we need rules, which provide order and structure to the business of the meeting. Rules must be set forth for each meeting so folks understand how to get things done. I will propose a set of rules and then ask the voters to adopt them. Once adopted, it takes a 2/3 vote to change. As a reminder, Robert's Rules is only a guide. They do not control how this meeting is run. You can find a copy of my rules in the yellow section of your town report. For Brookline, they are on page 201. For Hollis, they are on page 222. On the next slides, I will touch on a few points. If you wish to speak, come up to the microphone and show your voting card. Please wait to be recognized by the moderator. This gym is not designed as a meeting hall, so it's sometimes very difficult to hear. Announce your name and address clearly so the clerk can hear it. You may speak only once until other first-time speakers have a chance. Your time is limited to 2 minutes and cannot be yielded or transferred to someone else. Sponsors of articles may have 10 minutes. Sponsors of amendments may have 5 minutes to present their arguments. When you get close, I will give you a card of warning, and when your time is out, I will give you another hint. Disruptive behavior or personal attacks are out of line, out of bounds, and out of order. To clarify, speaking without being recognized or failing to stop when your time has run out is disruptive behavior. The moderator is responsible for keeping the meeting on track and maintaining order. If things get out of hand, the moderator has various tools to work with. The purpose of order is to bring to the moderator's attention that the meeting rules are not being followed. If you raise a point of order, please be clear about which rule or rules are not being followed. The motion can also be used to appeal a ruling of the moderator. It cannot be used to ask a question or make a motion. Those can only be done when the voter has the floor. Over the past few meetings, I have been trying different approaches to ending debate. Listening to feedback from voters, this is my proposal for this meeting. A motion to end debate may be made after waiting your turn in line, or the motion may be made directly from the floor if no other speaker has the floor. It may not be made after the voter makes a speech, and I will not accept it if there has not been sufficient debate. For example, the first speaker after discussion is opened should not try to end debate. The motion is not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote to pass. In any case, all voters already in line may speak. A motion to reconsider is useful and appropriate if new information comes to light or spending approaches the 10% rule limit. It allows the voters to discuss a matter further and vote again. The motion can only be made by a person who voted on the prevailing side. It is not debatable and requires a simple majority to pass. A motion to restrict reconsideration does not block reconsideration of a previous motion or article. If passed, it requires that any subsequent reconsideration of the vote cannot occur for at least 7 days. The motion can be applied to any previously completed and declared vote. The motion is not debatable and is in order at any time the voter has the floor. My copy of Robert's Rules is more than an inch thick. It is simply not possible in a few pages to take into account all of the possible motions and situations that can occur. The moderator has the responsibility for making rulings on such matters as things come up. However, this is your meeting. State law also gives the voters at the meeting the ability to appeal and overrule any interpretation of the rules that the moderator may make. If you disagree with a ruling, come to the microphone and raise a point of order, being clear what you are appealing. The meeting then has the opportunity to vote on the ruling. If the ruling is a direct application of one of the meeting rules, you need to suspend or change the rules rather than make an appeal. These actions require a 2/3 vote. So I put it to you, Shall the town vote to adopt the rules for this meeting as proposed by the moderator? Mr. Belanger.
Jim Belanger, Plain Road, Hollis. I move that we adopt the rules as presented and printed in the town reports.
Seconded by Mr. Blanchet. Is there discussion of the rules? Seeing none, if you are in favor of adopting the rules as presented, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. We have a total of 10 articles on the warrant. The first 6 are from the school board, a lease purchase agreement for ventilation and energy upgrades, a contract with the Hollis Education Support Staff Association, the school operating budget, the SAU budget, the Facilities Maintenance Trust, and a special education trust. The SAU budget is by law required to be a ballot vote. And if all of these pass, it looks like the total amount is just under $27 million. In addition, there are 4 petition articles. 7 has to do with what we call SB2. 8 is, SB2 requires a ballot vote, and the polls have to stay open for at least an hour. 8 has to do with rescinding the ability to hold back tax money, going to return all of the year-end unassigned general funds to the taxpayers. 9 is strictly advisory and has to do with providing access to training materials and textbooks. And 10 has to do with requiring that estimated tax impact shall be on the warrant. I think we can get this all done tonight. That would be a good idea for a number of us, but the meeting will take as long as the meeting takes. At this point, I recognize Darlene Mann.
So the budget before us this evening is the result of a collaborative and iterative process that begins for the Budget Committee pretty close to the end of this meeting. So when we meet and gather in April, the Budget Committee will begin by reviewing with the business administrator various elements of the budget that will impact the next view that we put together. We'll start by reviewing food service, going further to prioritize maintenance items, and by June we'll have an idea of some of what the prioritized needs are for the school as we'll consider the FY24 budget. When we gather again, we take some time in the summer, review the audit, and when we gather again in the fall, begin in earnest the iterative process of reviewing the budget with the administration and the school board. But for the administrators themselves, their process begins before the Budget Committee even gets their first view of the budget. They may have gone through 1 or 2 different views prioritizing the needs of the high school and the middle school before the Budget Committee even sees a view. Once we do see that view, the Budget Committee takes very seriously the requirement that we establish preliminary guidance. It's a view based on economic factors that helps guide the iterations that we'll see through the fall. And as we go through that process, those views are shared not only with the Budget Committee, where assumption sets and various measures, I would say dozens of measures, are evaluated in an approximately 900-line item budget, and shared as well with the school board, who sees iterations in their monthly board packets and are discussed in their meetings. And what we've been able to develop over time through this collaboration is a budget that we can bring to you with full support of both committees, as well as the administration. So tonight we're looking at a budget that totals just under $26.9 million and is a 4.8% increase in total over the current budget we're operating under. State law does establish an upper limit on what can be passed by the legislative body as a result of the view that's put forward this evening, and that view is just under $29.5 million. Charts and numbers, so I decided to give you a different view this evening with this graph that represents the different basic components of the budget itself. You see that we spend about 55% on salaries and benefits. Just under about $5 million, or 19% of the budget, is spent on special education and student services. 4%, or just under $900,000, on debt service. Transfers, transportation, and building maintenance all fall in that $800,000 to $850,000 range, and the remainder of the budget of $3.4 million is spent on general education items. From an enrollment perspective, we generally have a population of 1,200 students across the high school and the middle school, and that population is distributed with 2/3 here at the high school and 1/3 at the middle school. We use data from NESDEC to look at enrollment projections, and when that information is provided, we receive a 10-year view of enrollment. It's really hard to put a lot of reliability in a 10-year view, so we tend to look at the next 5 years. And I would say, as we looked at the results of the 5-year estimates, I think we all have a little bit of concern based on the construction and movement in and out of our communities that, whether or not these numbers truly represent where the population is going. I think you can all agree we are seeing lots of movement in real estate, lots of new construction. On my street alone, I think 7 houses have been built, and that's on a dirt road. So there's a lot going on in both communities. But for purposes of the budget that we're looking at for FY23, we are recognizing a 21 student projected decrease in enrollment. The enrollment composition is important, obviously, because we are a cooperative district and 2 communities contribute to the student population. What we see in this view is if you look through FY, say, 16 to 19, we were looking at a relatively even distribution between the 2 communities. The apportionment formula that we use to allocate the tax effort between the 2 communities is strongly driven by enrollment and average daily membership. So this is a primary driver of how the tax effort is split between the 2 communities. But what we're seeing happen as we move into the past year, the current year, and FY23, even moving out to FY25, is an anticipated shift that looks like Hollis at 55% and Brookline at 45% of the student enrollment. From a cost per pupil perspective, these numbers are developed by the New Hampshire Department of Education. This trend chart represents the cost per pupil as calculated based on our actuals that we report on a financial statement called the DOE 25, and it's reported as of June 30th of last year. The co-op consistently underruns the state average in cost per pupil by about 5 to 12%, and where we ended the year in FY21, we finished at 8% below the state average. I will note that the state average that's shown is for K-12 districts. There are lots of different school districts and models of districts across the state. Some are cooperative districts with two towns like ours. Some have 6 or more. Some are not cooperative. Some districts are middle school and high school only. The state provides average cost per pupil averages at elementary, middle school, high school, and total levels, but they do not combine a middle school and high school average. So rather than just take the two numbers and average them together, which would be, I'm not sure, even correct, the comparison here is to the state average for K-12 school districts. From a comparative cost per pupil perspective, several years ago, we identified these 7 communities for various reasons for comparative purposes. In some cases, we compare ourselves to communities that are proximal to ours, it's like Nashua or Milford. Some schools that we compare ourselves as similar for test scores or populations or cooperative districts. Again, not necessarily districts that have 2 communities. Exeter, for example, has significantly more than that. But what we find by this comparison is that for FY21, the co-op is again below the state average. Co-op is in yellow. State average is in red, and we're most closely aligned to Milford. So that kind of shifts a little bit. It isn't always Milford. I think the prior year it was Wyndham. But you'll see that the districts of Bedford, Nashua, and Wyndham fall below us on a cost per pupil perspective. They have significantly larger tax bases and business bases to spread the tax effort across. And the districts of the Exeter Co-op, the Oyster River Co-op, and Sauhegan have cost per pupils that are higher than our district. But the budget itself tells only a part of the story. While it does affect ultimately the tax effort that is paid for through the tax bills, the tax effort and the associated rate that's on each of your tax bills is not based directly on the budget. It's based on the budget less revenue and state aid. So the amount you're taxed on is actually a number in this case, which is $7 million less than the budget that's passed, that'll be considered and passed this evening. It's important to note the increase in tax effort from FY22 to FY23. So looking at this chart, you'll see FY21, 2, and 3 are the last 3 columns on your right. FY21 and 22 are relatively consistent. Those are based significantly on the amount of money that was returned due to COVID. So what we found at the end of last year, FY21, and this affects our FY22 tax effort, is that our district was able to return $1.9 million to the taxpayers of Hollis and Brookline. So this significantly decreased the amount of money that had to be collected through taxation for the district. So naturally, when we're looking at the budget moving forward a year, we do not anticipate returning an amount of money that's that significant. And so the tax effort looks like a larger increase as we evaluate the budget this evening. So as I just mentioned, the district did return $1.9 million in unreserved fund balance last year, and that had a significant impact on the tax rates for the co-op specifically. So in the town of Hollis, which is on the left, you'll see the lightly shaded line is where we were estimating tax rates for the tax bills that you just received. So for 2021 in your November tax bill. We were estimating for Hollis, the co-op tax rate would be $7.58. It actually was $6.50 per thousand. And in total for the town of Hollis, there was a total tax rate change of 48 cents per thousand lower. Of the $1.9 million that the district returned, $1 million of it was attributed and apportioned to Hollis, and the remaining kind of just under $900,000 was apportioned to Brookline. On Brookline's case, on the right-hand side, you'll see that a tax rate decrease for the co-op itself from $11.95 per thousand to $11.07 per thousand. Now, from a total tax rate perspective, Brookline didn't realize a rate reduction. So on the total bills that you received, you still did see an increase in your tax rate. That tax rate would have been significantly higher had the district not returned almost $900,000 to your community. So as I mentioned, you can see with just that chart itself, there are various contributing factors. And as we look at the budget and the tax effort for FY23, in 3 large areas, there's an impact to the budget based on the budget, which we see an increase of about 1.23 million. That pushes the tax effort up. We see a revenue increase. Again, because we don't anticipate returning as significant amount of money, you see a revenue decrease because we don't anticipate returning as significant an amount of money in this next budget cycle. And we see a slight reduction in state aid that at this point is calculated based on the estimates that I discussed earlier. That state aid number can change as our average daily membership changes, but the estimates the state has provided so far indicate a slight reduction to state aid. All of these elements have the effect of increasing tax effort. Just to be a little bit more specific and granular to kind of show you how the numbers fall out, again, we are estimating a significant reduction in the unreserved fund balance of what we intend on returning to the taxpayers. So we see the reduction of $1.6 million in revenue, and we see a reduction due to enrollment shifts and a shift in how adequacy aid and the statewide educational property tax is going to be funded. For Hollis, it's at about a $89,000 or $90,000 reduction in state aid, and for Brookline, it's about a $97,000 reduction in state aid. So after we consider the effects of revenue and apportion the budget between the 2 communities, and then consider the individual state aid of the 2 towns, we see that the budget before us this evening will result in an estimated tax effort for the 2 communities of $11.4 million, or 58% for Hollis, and $8.4 million, or 42% for Brookline. By town, just for the co-op itself, for Hollis, that results in a $7.97 per thousand tax rate, and for Brookline, $11.98 per thousand, again, just for the local co-op tax effort. A portion of our state aid is driven by a tax the state puts on our properties, and that's what's called the statewide education property tax. And that looks to be an estimate of 70 cents per thousand in Hollis and 66 cents per thousand in Brookline, resulting in a total tax effort for the co-op itself of $8.67 per thousand or in Hollis, and $12.64 per thousand in Brookline. This is the last meeting of this budget cycle. We've voted in SB2 in Brookline for the school district. We've held district and town meetings in both communities for the town and the Hollis School District meeting, and tonight we're here at the co-op. So based on the results of what has been passed across the 2 communities, this summary represents an estimate to what the total tax rate impact of everything that's passed so far, assuming everything tonight passes as written. So in yellow is the co-op tax rate I just discussed and presented to you. And in total, the impact across the tax bills for the town of Hollis would be an 8.5% increase, and for Brookline, a 0.7% increase. So that's less than a 1% increase for everything that was passed in Brookline. Earlier I mentioned that significant amount of money that was returned for your current tax bills. If that money had not been returned, the comparison to the tax rate would have yielded a 5% increase in Hollis and actually a decrease for the town of Brookline. So those revenue and aid components really do have an effect to the tax rate that's as important as the budget itself. Thank you.
Article 1, to see if the school district will vote to authorize the school board to enter into a 15-year lease purchase agreement for $2,886,491 to finance the acquisition and installation of energy-efficient heating and cooling equipment at Hollis Brookline High School to replace aging equipment, bring comfort to staff and students, and improve energy efficiency. And to raise and appropriate the sum of $235,471 for payments due under the lease purchase agreement during the 2022 to 2023 fiscal year. This lease purchase agreement will contain an escape clause, a non-appropriation clause. Majority vote is required. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 800. The estimated net tax impact is 11 cents a thousand for both towns. Moved by Holly Durley Babcock, seconded by Tom Solon. Mr. Corey.
This lease proposal for 15 years is, again, our goal is to control the indoor environment and learning spaces and create comfortable conditions as well as create sustainable energy efficiency. As part of this process specifically, we're replacing aging rooftop units which will improve both ventilation and energy savings. These new rooftop units will include dehumidification that will better regulate indoor environments during the uncomfortable humid months of the school year. This lease will help us accomplish our need to replace aging building systems while creating better learning environments with comfortable teaching spaces throughout the second and third floors of the Hollis Brookline High School. The chart demonstrates that we're replacing 6 pieces of equipment. 5 of those pieces of equipment were installed in 1996, 26 years ago, and are quickly approaching the end of useful life. The first unit is the HVAC unit that serves the Library Media Center. The second unit is the heating ventilation unit that serves the special ed and FIMAS, which from the location of the building would be below the auditorium, just to give you an idea where that is. Rooftop Unit 1 does the second and third floor front-facing classrooms. So that's rooms 201 to 204, 300 to 307, 317, and 318. Rooftop Unit 2 does the second and third floor courtyard. So that would be the corridors along this side of the building heading down towards the library. And that would be classrooms 216 through 222, room 309, 323, and 329. Heating Recovery Unit 1 does our locker rooms and the classrooms on the third and second floor right down this wing. If you were to leave the gymnasium and go to your right, that takes care of that corridor. And lastly, Rooftop Unit 1C does the addition wing, which was put on in 2000. And that does the majority of our classrooms and labs on the second floor, so that's your science labs. So overall, we're doing approximately 40 classrooms, the library, and the locker room area for this lease. The total cost of that equipment is $2,456,491.40. There a contingency budget, a little over 5% of $130,000. And the require electrical upgrades as we go through this process. As one part of the project is to also upgrade many of our electrical systems, and that is budgeted $300,000, and that's how we arrive at the total lease of $2,886,491.40 for an annual cost of $235,471. Thank you.
Is there discussion on Article 1? Mr.
Yes, Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I had a question about the reason why this was decided to be a purchase lease with an escape clause versus a bond, when bond rates are extremely low historically. What was the decision behind trying to do that on a bond versus doing a purchase lease?
Historically, when we've looked at projects, When it is involving equipment, we have gone with the lease purchase. In this case, again, we had a discussion with the Budget Committee as well as the Hollis Budget Committee because we're doing multiple projects across the SAU. We determined that this would be a multi-year project, so there is a slight difference in the interest rate between the bond and the lease, but the lease does allow us to earn interest while the money sits in the bank. And if you've been following the national news, we do expect supply chain issues, and we don't envision this project being done before we open this coming fall, but rather it will take place on weekends and vacations throughout next year as well. So while the money sits in the bank, it'll be able to accumulate interest. We used a similar method when we did the Hollis H-step project, because again, it was all equipment. If we go into a project that includes a lot of what I'll call block and masonry in building, then we always go to the bond.
The other question I had was on the, you have an escape clause, so we're taking HVAC equipment that we have, we're replacing it, presumably getting rid of it, and we're putting in new equipment. And if there was a non-appropriation and we had to exercise that escape clause, how would that actually work? We can't really give the equipment back without replacing it with something else. You have to have something there. So I'm wondering what the practicality is of an escape clause. Can we really even exercise it?
Well, the escape clause can be looked at from two formats. One is your format about if it's not appropriated. The other is that you're looking at leased equipment, and if obviously you have multiple years worth of payment, and that is, if equipment is not working as expected, you have a lot of leverage to make sure that it is corrected and fixed appropriately. It is not something that at the end of 15 years they're coming to take the machines away. It's, the lease payment is included in the budget in subsequent years. It's a very sound financial method that actually the Hollis Budget Committee and the gentleman standing behind you, Mr. Ledoux, recommended to me many years when I arrived here in the district, and it has served us very well. We use it for fire trucks, police cars, any type of machinery.
Yeah, we had a similar article in the Brookline School District, and we decided not to fund that at the ballot box, and I think that was the smart thing. A bond is a much better way to go, and I would recommend people voting no on this and coming back next year with a bond with the low bond rates. Thank you. And I also have a request for a secret ballot because of the length and size of this expenditure.
Mr. Ledoux.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Superintendent Corey. I just wanted to raise the point that because you haven't had a bond hearing, it's probably a moot subject to suggest that we amend this current warrant article to allow the board the opportunity to dual track this, for lack of a better term, to secure a bond at a fixed rate of interest for 10 or 15 years versus a lease purchase. So my recommendation to both the Budget Committee for the co-op as well as to the school board is, in the future, consider having a dual track scenario where you have warrant Article 1 and warrant Article 2 in case one fails. This gives you an opportunity to secure the financing that you really need. The second thing is really a question for Superintendent Corey. Am I to understand, if this passes, that the school district is going to receive $2.886 million and only expend $235,000 in the first year? And if that's the case, what rate of interest are we expecting to secure on that money?
No, it is a pay-as-you-go system.
Okay,
So as equipment piece one comes in at $370,018, that's going to get approved by the building committee, approved through the business office.
So it gets funded at that point?
Correct.
So you're not securing $2.886 million from day one?
No.
Right, okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hubert.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So if
Name
it's
and
pay as
card,
you go.
Name and card, name and card.
Oh, Fred Hubert, Hideaway Lane, Hollis. So if it's pay as you go, like a construction loan on a home, then we really won't have an opportunity to have the money draw interest in the bank because we won't draw it until we need to pay for something. Is that correct? I mean, sounds like there was some conflict there.
In terms of the money that comes in, we will work with the dollar amount that is specified for the projects. But the problem that we ran into in Hollis is that money is transferred into the lease so that we can do payment, and then the equipment or whatever is delayed for 3 or 4 months or whatever amount of time we can't install it, so that's when we're gaining a minimal interest. But again, when you look at the difference in the rates, that minimal interest just balance out the bond to the lease rates.
Okay, so I find it hard for anyone to argue with the need, right? The equipment's old. We're supposed to maintain the plant when we're educating our children. And we've known for years that there are heating and cooling issues in the buildings. But I'm extremely concerned at the mechanism that's in play here, right? Because a bond vote requires a 2/3 majority, is that correct?
3/5.
3/5, okay. The bond vote requires a 3/5 majority. This requires a simple majority. So what we're saying is, rather than the normal standard to achieve this kind of significant amount, we're going to lower the bar and ram it through. Questionable.
Yes,
Mark
sir.
Kingsley, 339 Wheeler Road. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Superintendent Quarry, just a simple question. Energy efficiency, how much and where is it in the budget? How much will we save with this upgrade?
In terms of the actual dollar amount, I can't give that to you right now. I just know that our 26-year-old pieces of equipment are using extensive energy, and we do expect to see some, but I wouldn't want to try to sell this as a return on investment that's going to pay for itself, because that's not the case.
All right, you answered my question. Thanks.
More discussion. The discussion is done. Now, we have a request for a secret ballot. I want to make sure all of the requesters are here. Please stand up and show your card. Eric Power, Maria Betches, sorry, it's a big room. Dennis Betches, Tom Humphreys, Tom Humphreys, and Joe's Garuba. Not seeing 5, we're not gonna, who are you? This was the petition submitted. Seeing, Tom Humphreys, are you here? Thank you. I almost got away with it. When you checked in, you received a card, a little voting card, a little ballot. It's green. We have green cards, green voting cards. This is St. Patrick's Day and so on. We have ballot boxes in both back corners. Mark your ballot and put it in the right box. This ballot is simply, it's done as soon as everyone in the room has voted. After you are done, then you can resume your seat, and we will start with other business. So at this point, the polls are now open. Has everyone here had a chance to vote who wants to vote? Has everyone here who wants to vote had a chance to vote? Have the ballot clerks had a chance to vote? Okay. We're almost ready. Have a last handful of voters. No more voters. One more voter. All set. We will now close the polls on Article 1. Mr. Power.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to take up Article 7, SB2.
The motion to change the order of articles to take up Article 7, which is SB2, at this time. Is there a second? And you are?
Dennis Beaches.
Dennis Beaches, thank you. As I say, the acoustics in here are terrible.
Can I speak to the motion briefly?
Yes.
Yes, the reason I'm moving this one up is that it's a 1-hour ballot vote, and I'd like to get that started before it gets too late, so we don't have to stay here to complete the balloting. That's the reason to take this in order. We'll have a brief presentation, and then we'll vote on it, and then we'll move on to everything else, and we won't have to wait for the hour. The hour will elapse while we do the rest of the meeting.
Motion on the floor is to take up Article 7 next. It requires only a simple majority. If you are in favor of taking up Article 7 at this time, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. The ayes have it.
Can someone help with queuing up the
We're working on it.
Article 7?
Article 7, which is petitioned article for SB2. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 40:13, known as SB2, to allow official ballot voting on all issues before the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District on the second Tuesday of March? The school board does recommend this article by a vote of 0-6-0. The estimated net tax impact is 0. We will be voting on this by secret ballot, and it requires a 3/5 supermajority of the yeses and nos to pass. Polls will stay open for at least an hour. Mr. Power.
Thank you very much. So official ballot voting is also known as SB2. So this is an article to adopt this method of voting for the co-op. Next slide. So what is SB2 balloting? A lot of people here know what it is. Some people may not. SB2 is a way to conduct a school meeting in 2 sessions. You have a deliberative session you hold in early February and a ballot session you hold on the same day we do the town and school district elections. The deliberative session has the same format as this meeting here, so you have debate, discussion, amendments, and motions, and it finalizes the articles, so you have for the ballot voting session, which is your all-day voting. The main difference is that you're voting to modify and get your articles ready for the final vote, and then the final vote occurs second Tuesday in March at the ballot voting session, which is when you do a private ballot vote, same time you're voting for your school district officers and all the selectmen and everything else. It's held at the same time, and voting's done generally all day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. In Brookline, it's 7:30. and absentee ballot is also available. Next slide.
Is that the right slide?
I think, go back. Yes, next one.
This tends to skip slides. right?
Okay. The operating budget, you always will have an operating budget, as you do with a traditional meeting. The operating budget will be the one that's proposed from the deliberative session, or it'll be a operating budget called the default operating budget, which is essentially the previous year's budget where you take out one-time expenses. So you'll always have a budget. You vote on that, and if you vote yes, you get the proposed budget, and if you vote no, you get the default operating budget. Next slide. The advantages of SB2 voting is that increased voter participation. There's two opportunities to participate. You've got the deliberative session in February, and then you've got the ballot session in March. You have over 30 days to understand the warrant articles. You can do some fact-checking. You can understand what's going on. You don't have to make a split-second decision. You understand tax impacts. You got the privacy of ballot voting. You have the flexibility to vote at any time on election day or by absentee ballot. Business travel, college students, military members, snowbirds, all can vote. The current rules we have for the co-op currently forbid all-day voting. So SB2 voting is all day. So if you like all-day voting, SB2 is a good idea for you. Those who are unable to attend the current town meeting, school district meeting, they still get to vote, and they don't have to remain late at night or multiple days. Next slide. The disadvantages of the SB2 voting is that the school board and the budget committee and proponents of warrant articles need to communicate the merits before the deliberative session, during the deliberative session, and in the period leading up to the ballot vote. Also, you can't table warrant articles. Every single warrant article gets a vote. And you can't reconsider articles, which people think is one of the big drawbacks. You can't bring back an article and say, well, we didn't vote on it the right way the first time, let's change it, or let's revote until you get the result you want. SB2, you get one vote, and that's done for the year. Next slide. So we've had some long meetings here in the co-op. If you go back to 2014, we have triple sessions. We had 2 sessions in 2015. In 2018, we had 14 hours of meetings over 5 sessions. In 2020, we had 2 sessions. One was drive-through, and last year we had a 9.5-hour meeting outside on April 10th. So it's not for the faint at heart for a traditional meeting. Next slide. This is, go ahead and hit the next slide. I'll just build to the next one. This is a Brookline School District has adopted SB2. We first used it back in 2017, and we've had almost the same participation. We've had 66 voters average over the 6 years we've had SB2, and before that we were just averaging 71 voters. So it's pretty much the same, pretty close. But when you look at the voting session, we have over 850 voters average weighing in on the ballot. So a lot more participation. And if you looked at what happened this year in Hollis and in Brookline, Brookline had over 900 voters and Hollis had over 2,100 voters. We'd have over 3,000 people weighing in on warrant articles instead of the smaller group that's here today. So if we dropped to SB2, we'd get a lot more participation. Next slide. In summary, I recommend supporting the official ballot voting for the HB co-op. There's more opportunities to participate. You still have the meeting at the deliberative session, and then you have the ballot voting. You get more time to consider your warrant articles, and there's privacy in how you vote. Everybody can vote. You have absentee ballot available, and it increases the voter participation, and it leads to fiscally responsible spending and reasonable property taxes. And the outcomes are better in the best interest of the school district and the community when more people participate. Thank you very much. Next slide. Oh, wait. Yeah. Just as a quick thing, here's some towns that have SB2. Go ahead and go through it. Next slide. School districts that have it. Next slide. Co-ops that have it. Next slide. And it's a 1-hour ballot vote, a supermajority to pass. Thank you.
Switch back to the other presentation, please. Yes, sir.
Richard Gribble in Brookline. We have considered these arguments previously, considered them last year. I didn't research to find out how many years back we've done this. Every year we've said no, every year it comes back. I recommend that we vote no on it. Yet again, just bringing it back over and over doesn't seem to me to be any way to change the way people have been thinking for the last however many years. Thank you.
Mr. Garuba.
I'd like to point out,
Name and address.
I'm sorry?
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. I'd like to point out some of the uniquely valuable characteristics of our traditional town meeting format. We've all seen the polarization characterizing national politics. This polarization is damaging the fabric of our national identity. Meetings like this one are the best chance we have to combat the divisiveness in national media. Tonight, we will all see the same presentations and hear the same speeches. We can be sure that all votes cast tonight were cast by residents who took the time to attend this meeting and learn the issues. The effect of slick political campaigns and biased social media are minimized in this format. Seeing and hearing our district residents present their own positions firsthand ensures that their arguments are not misrepresented by third parties. I believe our town meetings are the best way we can find common ground and work together to make Hollis and Brookline the best place to live in the state. Please vote against this article and send the message that Hollis and Brookline voters will continue to work together to protect the towns that we love.
Ma'am.
Cordelia Scales, Jupog Gould Road, Brookline. I am a college student who has come home to attend this meeting. While it may seem like SB2 would be great for students like myself, I am opposed. I do not think it is wise to vote on something without taking part in the entire discussion process. Under SB2, there are 2 gatherings instead of just 1 meeting, the first being a deliberative session where we can amend the numbers until we get to a point where the majority of those present are happy, and the second being the voting day. As a college student, it is unlikely that I will be able to attend either session, and therefore it will be hard for me to be informed. Voting at the ballot box after a deliberative session all sounds great, but at the most recent deliberative session from the Brookline School Board, which uses SB2, there couldn't have been more than 40 people out of the 5,500 or so people who live in Brookline. I'm simply not comfortable with the smallest of super minorities making decisions for the rest of the community. Also, with SB2, there is a possibility for uninformed voters to cause the actual budget to be higher than what they voted on. There could be a situation where the default budget is higher than the number on the ballot, and if enough people vote no on the lower number, the higher number comes into effect, which would make no one happy. For these reasons, I am unopposed, and I urge you all to vote no. Thank you.
I have the results on the ballot vote for Article 1. Yes, 178. No, 108. The article passes. Motion by Ms. Mann to restrict reconsideration of Article 1. Is there a second?
Brian Muffland.
If you wish to restrict reconsideration of Article 1, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the article is restricted. Yes, sir.
Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road, and I am speaking opposed to SB2, where I am opposed to SB2. One of the graphs showed that there was only a difference of 5 people between the deliberative session and the town meeting, but what the presentation failed to talk about was the explosive population growth in the Brookline, so that number is getting compared very not equal. as a proportion of the town residents. Also, in the deliberative session, any of those motions can get changed. So the lease purchase for the ventilation could have gotten changed to $5 a year, where, yes, there would be more people voting for it, but the deliberative session pretty much killed the motion with very few people voting. Thank you.
Ms. King.
Hello, Barbara King, Barton Road in Hollis. And I'm one of the people that would actually love to vote for SB2. I travel for work. My husband and I have been at this meeting together once in the 12 years we've lived here. I'd love to vote for it. The biggest argument against SB2 in my mind is that a small group will take over the meeting and drive what we vote on. And what we have every year, and again this year, are 4 petition warrant articles, some on the repeat cycle for numerous years. If the will of the voters starts to get respected in Hollis and Brookline, we may start to vote for SB2. But year after year, the will of the voter is not respected. An example of this is that in Hollis and Brookline, in one way or the other, every year we vote to keep the co-op. This year, Brookline voted to not remove the Brookline School District from the SAU. And we have a Brookline state rep, so if you go onto Legiscan, New Hampshire, and you put in power under the search text, you will see that the Brookline rep has many things in front of Concord bills to make it easier to break up a co-op, to dictate what school boards can do, to literally disrespect the wills of the voters that she represents. So if the will of the voters starts to get respected, you'll have my vote on SB2. And our meetings are so long because of petition warrant articles, and it only takes 25 people. Next year, get ready to vote on Free Ice Cream Fridays. I'm gonna put that in as a petition warrant article with 25 of my friends. Respect the will of the voter, and you're gonna get SB2.
Brandon Buteau, Buttonwood Drive. I would like to move the question.
Motion to end debate. Is there a second on the motion to end debate? Is that Carol Roy back in the back there? All right. This is a motion to end debate on Article 7. If the motion passes, then Mr. Garuba will be the last one to speak. It requires a 2/3 majority. If you are in favor of ending debate on Article 7, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Scales.
Webb Scales, 49 DuPont Gould Road, Brookline. I'm against SB2. SB2 sounds wonderful because it means we have a whole lot more people voting. The problem is those people don't get the chance to decide what they're voting on. What you vote on when you come to the polls was decided by a small group of people. I think it was about 23 in Brookline this past time. And so you have the sensation of taking part, but in fact, your decision has been made for you. At the deliberative session, it's very straightforward to kill an article that we really don't want. You know, if we don't like the contingency fund for the facilities, we can raise it to a few $1 million, or we can shut it down to $5. Either way, when you show up at the polls, you don't have a choice, not really. And the budget is ridiculous. The default budget ends up higher than the proposed budget, and now you have no way to lower your taxes. What we need is to continue the forum that we have now, where we can come together and we can decide what we want the budget to be. And if the initial number is too high, we can keep amending it until we find the number that we, as the taxpayers of the community, want. We'd only get one choice, one chance when we have an SB2 vote. It's either up or down. If you don't like it, come back next year. This meeting here, we have a chance to negotiate and get what we need this year for the coming year. I say we vote against SB2. Thank you.
Michelle St. John, Orchard Drive, Hollis. I'm opposed to SB2, which I've got up and spoken against, I think, for the last 4 or 5 years, that it has come as a petition warrant article. The most important reason I'm behind it is because It's always sold as a way to improve your ability to vote. As many people in front of me have mentioned, what are you exactly voting on? Are you voting on a small niche group who've come to the meeting to make deliberate changes, and then you have no opportunity to discuss or change? You're voting just straight to what this niche group has come and deliberately made changes to? Or do we have trust in our elected officials, our budget committee, our school board member, our school administration, who spend pretty much starting next month, they're already thinking about the budget or other amendments for the next year? So again, I just want to stress to vote no on SB2. Direct democracy is a unique aspect of New England, and I'm proud to be a participant in that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Andrew Scott, Proctor Hill Road. Most of the points I was going to say have already been said, so I will keep this brief. I think I'm going to be a no on SB2, primarily because I think, especially in our day and age, when there are so few opportunities these days to get together as a community, these meetings are unusual in that, you know, there's plenty of other communities that don't do this. I've read that SB2 communities that have voted to have SB2 have regretted it, and it's very hard to get this back. I think this is precious to be able to come and gather and interact with people within the community, and for that and several other reasons, I'll be voting no.
Is there a Matthew Petrella in the room? I think I have here something that you want. Yes, sir.
Robert Rushton, 19 Flint Meadow Drive, Brookline. One of the complaints and one of the drivers for SB2 is the idea that these meetings are poorly attended by the relatively small portion of voters. Well, we could go to SB2, or we could buttonhole our neighbors, our friends, and our families and get them to come to these meetings and participate. Get them to engage in the debate. Get them to understand the issues that they're voting on and then vote on them in an evening such as tonight. Thank you.
Hi, Melanie Levesque, 2 McDaniels Drive, Brookline. I'm here to speak against SB2. We've heard a lot of good arguments against SB2. My feeling is that, first of all, I'm an advocate of voting. I was the chair of election law in the Senate. So voting is very important. But if we're going to go for SB2, you better be prepared to go to that deliberative session and vote there. I just read an article in the town of Croydon, New Hampshire. The school's budget was cut in half from $1.7 million to $8 million because a small group of people came in to vote against the budget, and now their town has to live with it. So please vote no for SB2 for our community. Yeah.
Mr. Garuba.
One of the reasons that I feel strongly about this particular article is this is the process that we're voting on, and getting out of SB2, if we were to approve it, has proven very difficult. So when you think about the other things that are on the warrant this year, none of them will likely have as long-lasting impact as this particular petition article here. So again, I ask you all to vote no on this. Thank you.
All debate has ceased. Now, the way this works, this is another ballot vote. What you do is you take your card and you can take it to any ballot clerk of either town. They will stamp your card and give you a fresh ballot. When you are done, return to your seat. Do not try and get a third ballot. At this time, it is 7:54. The polls will remain open for at least an hour. The polls remain open and will continue to be open for at least an hour from when I open them, but we can continue on with other business. Is there a Gabrielle Zira in the room? Gabrielle Zira. Gabrielle Zira? If there is, please come up here. I have something of yours. Article 2. See if the school district will vote to approve the cost items for the second year of a 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board and the Hollis Education Support Staff Association for the 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23, and 2023 to 24 school years, which calls for the following increases in support staff salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. For fiscal year 22 to 23, $88,523. And further, to raise and appropriate a sum of $88,523 for the second fiscal year, 2022 to 23 school year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in support staff salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 70 with 1 abstention. The estimated net tax impact is 6 cents a thousand for Brookline and 3 cents a thousand for Hollis. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Tom Solon. Ms. Whalen.
Good evening. The support staff includes our paraprofessionals, our custodians, our food service employees, and our office support. The highlights of the contract are up there. This is a non-standardized contract, and that's why we come forward every year and ask for your vote for this another year. We're in our second year. So year 2 is a step plus 2% and 2.5% increase for employees off step. And the health insurance is a $50 increase for single and 2-person and a $25 annual increase for family. We have a cap, so it's not a percentage, it's a cap system, and this helps us to budget. There was a shift category in the custodial staff in year 1, but that doesn't apply to year 2 because that already happened. Next slide, please. So here's the wage and insurance breakdown, and again, concentrate on year 2. So in year 2, you have a 2% increase, plus they go onto they go up a step, plus get a 2% increase, so do a 5.4% increase for the people on the step. It's a 2.5% increase for those off the step. Keep in mind the step table for the HESA support staff starts at about $12.34 per hour, and at the highest end, when they go off the step in category 5, it's at $23.16 per hour. So 5.4% seems high, but when you put it in perspective of those numbers, that's where we are. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on Article 2? Being none, if you are in favor of supporting the collective bargaining agreement with the support staff, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the article passes. Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 2 made by Darlene Mann. Is there a second? Second by Raoul Blanchet. All in favor of restricting consideration of Article 2, raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 3, which is the operating budget. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of $25,278,502 for the support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, and for the payment of statutory obligations of the district. This appropriation does not include appropriations voted in other warrant articles. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 800. The estimated net tax impact for Hollis is $7.50 per thousand, and for Brookline is $11.28 per thousand for Brookline. Moved by Darlene Mann, seconded by Holly Durlew Babcock. Ms. Mann.
So the operating budget before us this evening represents a 3.2% increase from the current budget that we're operating under. It includes changes in FTEs, which are full-time equivalent headcounts or staff. Those changes include employing a full-time social worker, sharing a resource for an English speakers of other languages instructor, which is being requested due to changes in state requirements. We'll be sharing a food service worker substitute across the district, a shared instructional support staff member, a shared technology specialist. It also includes extending some of the hours worked by certain staff, including math, guidance, and PE. Combined, those incremental amounts are a total 0.8 of a staff member. And we're extending the hours for 3 paraprofessionals based on programmatic needs of our special education students. Various maintenance and safety items for the 2 schools are also included in the budget. Those include things like paving the turf field lot here at the high school, the middle school driveway, addressing issues with interior doors, window sealing, replacement lighting, replacement flooring, purchases of tables and chairs as part of a phased program at the middle school, updating the kitchen counters for the foods program at the high school, and some various boiler maintenance items. For technology, we have the purchase of staff laptops, projectors, cloud hosting services, access points, and some of those additional interactive panels, and an interactive flat panel for the middle school computer science program. Academically, we're looking at the addition of resources across various programs in both high school and middle school, including Algebra 2, AP World History, Spanish and French novels in the middle school. We'll be extending service contracts for the tech ed equipment in the middle school, purchasing online resources and software, and repairing the kiln and upgrading some PE equipment at the middle school. For maintenance, I think I did maintenance and safety. Oh, I think that covers, athletics. We have the purchase of wrestling mats and volleyball poles. We had made a purchase this year for volleyball, and we'll be making another one. Four of the major increases I've identified here include a 2.9% increase in regular salaries due to contracted increases from the San-Bernized professional staff agreement, which was passed last year. In student services, we're looking at an increase of just under $150,000, again, for programming changes necessitated by our students as they move up into the co-op from the elementary schools and as they move further up into the high school. There are some savings in transportation for our special education students, but net, there's about $148,000 increase in student service costs. We're also looking at about $180,000 increase in retirement. This is for payment of a retirement benefit to 6 staff members. The reason why it's an increase this large is because last year during COVID, we didn't have any staff retire. So the increase looks a little bit more significant going into the upcoming year. And the new items I mentioned from the previous slide are included in the $633,000 identified here. And in decreases, we see a $55,000 decrease in health benefits due to a lower GMR. We're looking at a 3.9% increase in health benefit rates and looking at some changes to the health plans that we're anticipating our staff to participate in. We've completed the phasing of our computer upgrades, so we're seeing a reduction in replacement computer equipment of $168,000. We see some savings in copier leases at the principal's office for about $20,000. And overall, in regular education equipment, we're seeing fewer purchases and a reduction of just under $12,000.
Their discussion on Article 3. Mr. Power.
Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I'd like to make a motion to amend new operating budget number of $24,505,758.
And the operating budget to change the amount raised to $24,505,758. Is there a second? Mr. Macmillan, Rick Macmillan. Wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay.
This is actually a flat budget from last year. If you look at the number, it's a decrease of roughly $773,000 from what was proposed. And I just wanted to point out that this budget's been going up rapidly every year, and we have a decreasing population. Last year, we at the meeting in April, we tried to reduce the budget by about $845,000. And we were told we would have to see all these cuts. There would be these things that we couldn't afford. And it was actually kind of scary. But when you look at what happened, there was over almost $2.3 million, $2.3 million that was not spent. And the Budget Committee had talked about that earlier. There was a lot of excess in the budget. We need to get a break in taxes. When you have $2.3 million left over, there are places that you can cut, and it won't impact the students. Because this past year, and we've had that happen previous years, over $1 million of excess funds. We need to bring the budget back. Making it flat is still an increase from what was actually spent from the previous year by $1.5 million with fewer students. So I recommend that we make this motion to amend to bring the budget down to be flat for this year and to give the taxpayers a much needed break given that we had so much excess left over the previous year. Thank you.
Is there discussion of the amendment? Ms. King.
Barbara King, Barton Road in Hollis. I recommend voting no on this. The school board and the budget committee spent a lot of time putting our budget together. Pandemic savings is a pretty easy target to say that how they return the money to the voters, but we didn't have as many sports. The middle school didn't take buses. So that decreased the number of transportation costs. You can link a lot of those savings right back to our pandemic savings from not being a school and from not having activities. So we need to respect what the work of this team has done. And the question I have is, if we cut that from the budget, what would have to happen? What would be cut from the schools to get to the number?
Corey.
In making the cuts, the recommendations I would make to the board, because ultimately they would have the final authority, is I would start by looking at the new items that we're proposing this year. So in terms of personnel, I'd be looking at that PE, the math, the guidance, the social worker, and the tech specialist. And that comes out to about $200,000. In terms of the shared position, we are proposing the shared facilities person as well as an instructional sub. So there's another $40,000 from the new items. In terms of the academic items, I would probably recommend delaying those. So they would have to happen at some point, but to reach the number, I would delay those and result in about $59,000 of not savings, because eventually you're going to pay for that. We would also delay purchase of new equipment, which would be about $58,000. We have in the budget a shared truck for the SAU to assist with plowing and bringing things from Hollis to Brookline and Brookline to Hollis. We would delay that. We would take out the safety bollards, which we would very much like to install in front of the buildings, but would remove those if need be. We would take out the 2 new pieces of equipment for athletics, which would be the wrestling mats and the volleyball poles. And then in facilities maintenance, we'd go back and review that. We'd probably delay the parking lot up back that was scheduled, as well as a number of items at both the high school and middle school, and probably pick up in the neighborhood of $250,000 there. That would get me to about $629,000.
$400,000?
That would $250,000.
You said, oh, okay, I thought I heard $400 million.
Okay, $250,000. In terms of, that would get me to about $600,000 to $650,000, and from there, we'd have to look at personnel, because that would be the item necessary. I think when we look at the money we returned during the pandemic, it was $3.4 million across the SAU. A wealth of that was limited transportation, no athletics, no coaches' fees, no clubs and activities, because we weren't in person. So I do think it's a little adjusted because of the pandemic. Typically, since I've been here, we've been returning about 2 or 3%, around $600,000 to $700,000 has been a typical year of money that we return, and that's if we have no unforeseen circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. So some of what Mr. Corey mentioned is essentially things we would just be punting forward. $58,000 in equipment, you pay it today, or you pay it next year, or you pay it the year after. So let's really think hard about what would have to cut for this amendment. I recommend no on this amendment.
Yes, sir.
Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road, and I am also opposed to this amendment. If anything, the fact that the school board is returning money to the taxpayers shows how diligent they are about our expenses and how they will not, if it turns out that the budget comes in lower because of unforeseen events like a pandemic where no one can really adequately predict what would happen over the last 2 years, that they will return it. It's not like they're going to be given free money to just blow willy-nilly. The school board has shown a very strong fiscal restraint in spending, and I think that we should have faith that if there was a way that they could return money or reduce the budget without impacting our schools, they would. Thank you.
Tammy Farid
Ms.
Hollis.
Farid.
I'd like to move the question.
The motion to end debate, in which case, if it passes, Mr. Butow would be the last one to speak. Is there a second for the motion to end debate? Yes, sir. In the red sweater, what is your name? Brendan Dennehy. If you are in favor of ending debate, this requires a 2/3 vote. Please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to ending debates, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Mr. Hubert.
Fred Hubert, Hideaway Lane. I got to hand it to you, Mr. Moderator. You're doing a bang-up job of knowing everybody's name every time they get up in line.
I don't know. I seem to lose it on the people I've known the longest.
Hey, I'm aging just as fast as you, so I won't make that joke. I have a question. I believe it's for the business administrator, but I won't specify that it has to come from them. My question is, how much does a bus ride cost for, say, the football team to go to Bow?
How much does it cost for the football team to go to Bow? Any of you folks have a swag on that one?
Mark is fine.
Football field, not ballpark.
I'm going to, again,
Baseball team.
estimate about somewhere between $50 and $60 an hour, probably a 4-hour trip plus mileage, so probably around $275 to $300.
Okay, right. And then on special occasions, like if they have to take a trip all the way to Hanover, they get a nicer bus. And it's my understanding that the Football Booster Club pays for that nicer bus. Is that true?
I think every occasion I can think of, the boosters have paid the differential between the traditional bus and the coach bus.
Okay, so we're looking at, let's say, $250 to $300 for a bus ride under most circumstances wherever we need to send a sports team, right? So vote your conscience on this, but now we have the facts. We didn't spend millions of dollars on bus rides.
Since I don't need to move the question, I do actually have a question, which is it not normally required for us to have a certain amount typically returned in order to maintain a good bond rating?
I don't think there's a required amount to maintain a good bond rating. Historically, our communities have an outstanding tax base. As a result of that and our ability over the years to pay our debts, our bond ratings are very good.
Okay, thank you very much.
What little I know about the topic is that the rules for towns and the rules for schools are wildly different.
Yeah. Thank you.
All debate on the question has ceased. If you are in favor of amending the operating budget from $25,278,502 to $24,505,758, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to amending it, please raise your cards. And the noes have it. We come back to the main motion. Is there discussion on Article 3 at $25,278,502?
Would like to move the question on Article 3.
Made by Mr. Buteau, seconded by Tammy Fareed. Again, this requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of ending debate on Article 3, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. All debate has ceased on Article 3. If you are in favor of passing the operating budget at $25,278,502. Please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 3. Who was the second? Second by Liz Brown. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 3, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 4 is the SAU budget. This will be a ballot vote, but the polls will only remain open until everyone in the room has voted. The votes on this article will be combined with the previous votes on, in Brookline and in Hollis school districts for a grand total that will indicate whether this budget passes or whether it goes to the default budget. Article 4. Shall the district vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,070,947 as the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District's portion of the SAU budget of $2,107,176 for the forthcoming fiscal year. This year's adjusted budget of $2,018,210 with $1,025,645 assigned to the school budget of this school district will be adopted if the article does not receive a majority vote of all the school district voters voting in this school administrative unit. The school board recommends this article by a vote of 6-0-0. The budget committee recommends this article by a vote of 8-0-0. The net tax impact of this article is 68 cents a thousand for Brookline and 42 cents a thousand for Hollis. Moved by Holly Durlew Babcock, seconded by Tom Solon. Ms. Whalen.
Good evening again. All right, I just wanted to go over the SAU budget process. The SAU team consists of the SAU administration, of Andy Corey, Gina Bergskog, Kelly Seeley, and Linda Sherwood. In the co-op portion, I, as a member, Krista Whalen, and Darlene Mann, our BudCom chair. On the Hollis side, we have Carol Roy and Mike Harris. And on the Brookline, we have Karen Jew and Brian Rader, who is a member of the Finance Committee in Brookline. We meet throughout the fall to determine the budget. We have a public hearing in December, and it's approved by the SAU Governing Board. Next slide, please. So just to give a little description of what an SAU is, because sometimes it gets confusing. The SAU is a school administrative unit. It's essentially the corporate office for an organization. The SAU office takes control or works with the 3 different districts. In Brookline, there are approximately 600 students. They have 2 contracts, both the teachers and the support staff. They have 5 board members. They have an SB2 governance, and they have 1 budget. In Hollis, we have 600 students, 2 contracts, 5 board members, town meeting governance, and 1 budget. In the co-op, we have approximately 1,200 students, 2 contracts, 7 board members, town meeting governance, and 1 budget. To summarize, about 1,200 students, 6 contracts, 4 budgets, 2 forms of governance, and 17 board members. To give you a little comparison of what other districts deal with sometimes, in Milford, for example, SAU 40, they have 5 board members, 2 contracts, 1 budget, 18 SAU 18 members in their SAU office. In Bedford, they have 5 board members, 2 contracts, 1 budget, and 20 members in their SAU office. In Amherst, they're a little bit more similar to us. They do have 17 board members. They have 6 contracts. They are SB2, and they have 20 SAU staff. And in Wyndham, SAU 95, they have 5 board members, 1 budget, 2 contracts, and 24 members in their SAU staff. And the reason I bring this up is because I want you to understand what the SAU does. And they have to deal with all these contracts and deal with how different people are paid. For example, the teachers are paid differently in Brookline than they are in Hollis, than they are in the co-op. So when you're doing payroll, that all has to be taken into consideration. They have different sick days, they have different vacation time, like so many things have to be taken into consideration. And when we have 6 contracts, that means that our SAU staff is negotiating at least 2 contracts every year. So every year, there's never a break, always negotiating a contract. Next slide, please. So the budget drivers for this is a $70,000 in increased salaries. There's $45,000 for a new compliance and communications specialist, $16,000 for board-approved salary adjustments, and the staff will get a 3% increase. Our benefits, our health care has increased because of, for the new compliance and communications specialist. And again, that's the maximum that could be taken. The health insurance rates went up 3.9%, and there were some health insurance membership changes, meaning some people went from 2-person to family, family to single, and we're looking to buy some new equipment, some new desktops and laptop. So to go into detail a little bit about the proposed compliance and communication specialist, next slide, please, I'm sorry. Sorry, Drew. The increasing demands for compliance documentation and other communications is absorbing an exorbitant amount of time. And it's a number of things. It's not just one in particular. And as we say, we have 16 members in our SAU, as opposed to the other districts surrounding us that have a much simpler form of governance, I should say. And so we need someone to come in and help. We've had a lot of right-to-know requests, which are good. People want to know information and they want to get it, and that's great. But a lot of that takes a crazy amount of time, a lot of making copies, a lot of doing things. The staff members that we have, they're doing the best they can right now. They really don't have other time. So what ends up happening is Superintendent Corey and Assistant Superintendent Bergskog end up picking up some of that and taking it and making copies and doing things. So therefore, they're not working for the kids. We want them working on curriculum. We want to be working on plans for the future. We don't necessarily want our superintendent and our assistant superintendent making copies. Some of the other things that we need this person for is there are a lot of state mandates coming down, paperwork, things that need to be changed. And I can't give you an exact number of how much more paperwork, but it does entail a lot. And so they are asking for someone to come in and help with that. It's not going to be someone that's going to stop anyone from having any communication with Andy or with Gina or with anyone in the staff. And we do want to get some help communicating also to the public, because just when you look on Facebook alone, there's so much misinformation out there, and we would like to have a source where you'd know where the communication is coming from the SAU, and you would know that's where the information is. And if you wanted more information, you could ask for more information. So that's why we're looking for this position. It's one of the goals that we asked our superintendent to work on last year, and he has worked on it and come forward. The SAU, the SAU administration has come forward with providing this position. And so we are asking for your support in the SAU budget. Thank you.
Is there discussion on Article 4? Mr. Garuba.
This article proposes adding a communication specialist who'll be paid to represent the school's positions to the public and on social media. My question to voters is, do you think the school should have a paid employee to promote itself to the community? Shouldn't student test scores be the focus of our school spending rather than adding more non-educational administration? If this article passes, we will see large increases in administrative costs in the district. None of this money will go to teachers or support staff. This type of administrative burden will not provide significant benefits to our children. Please vote no on this article. Our schools do not need a communication specialist to promote their image to us. Thank you.
Ms. Fareed.
Tammy Fareed Hollis. Could I look at the slide with the description of the position, please? Do you mind?
This one?
The previous one, I think. Thank you. So, Krista, that was a great presentation. I wanted to kind of point out a couple little things, if I may. I believe on the first row, salaries, it says all staff get a 3% increase. This is a budget line item. It's a sort of a placeholder. It's not a guaranteed 3% increase. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'm stating it as a fact, but I believe I've understood that correctly. I also would like to point out that my understanding is that in the second row, benefits healthcare, I want to point out that the benefits for the new position are state mandated because all SAU employees are required to participate in things like the retirement, et cetera. So these aren't benefits that are being offered to the position by the board's choice or even as a matter of market competition. It's a matter of mandated. Is that correct? Right. So the salary is really the descriptive aspect of what this position entails. It describes someone who is not merely clerical, someone who simply files papers alphabetically. It's also not someone who is a manager, a director, an executive. This is someone who is exercising excellent judgment, but under direction from senior staff, and whose work is submitted to senior leadership at the SAU for approval, but also for dissemination in many cases, especially in the legal cases. And I think that's an important distinction that folks should understand. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Susan Ramito, Keys Hill Road. I wanted to know, do you have a number of how many FOIA requests you received this year?
How many Freedom of Information requests?
Right to know.
Right to know requests?
About 6. 6, okay. And can you give me an example of misinformation?
I've read on Facebook where this is a PR, that we're trying to promote the schools. We're trying to give information. That's what we're trying to do. It's giving information to people. There are many districts in the state that have a communications person. It's not an unusual position to have, and we feel that this is trying to give information to the people so that there's not things on Facebook saying it's PR, we want you to promote. It's truly information, meetings. This is what's happening. This is what has changed. This is what's going on. We're not a PR firm. We're not an advertising firm, and we aren't attempting to be that in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Mr. Power.
Yeah, Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. Just want to give folks a little bit of a perspective on this office. In 2007, we had a SAU with 7 people in it. 7. Now we have 16 and possibly a 17th person. So it's more than doubled. During that time, the student enrollment has gone down 12%. The governance, the only change in the governance is that that Brookline adopted SB2, but everything else is the same. We used to spend $391 per student on overhead for this SAU office. Now we're looking at spending $876. So we've more than doubled. I think this is going in the wrong direction. You see a 7.7% increase this year. That's on top of a 9.5% increase last year. So we're looking at this SAU administrative office going up 18% in just 2 years. I don't think that we need to hire a full-time person for $78,000 to handle 6 right-to-know requests. I just think that that's a little excessive. We need to bring the budget down. We don't need the administrative unit to keep getting bigger when the students are going down. I also wanted people to know that, we're going to be adding the SB2 balloting that Brookline did to the Hollis District meeting that was held. And I don't know if the moderator has a count that he can announce on where it stands currently on the yeses and nos between the two.
I do. The Brookline vote, which you can find on the Brookline website, was 533 yes and 355 no. The Hollis vote, which was done at the Hollis School District meeting, was 65 yes and 61 no.
So they get all added equally. Even though Brookline's smaller because of the SB2, it gets more say in this, and we also vote tonight in the co-op. In summary, I would recommend voting no. You're still going to have a budget, an adjusted budget, which is like a default budget under SB2. You're having an adjusted budget over $2 million. We need to not add this additional person to work in the SAU. We need to go the other direction. Thank you.
Ms. Hicks.
Pam Hicks, 8 Maple Knoll Drive. This did come up in Hollis, and some of the points with the specific position that we had questioned was this did not need to be a full-time position. This could have been part-time. It could have been in a temporary position to meet a temporary need. And if the SAU did need administrative support, to have the transparency to ask for that. But we are not a PR. It really does feel like the SAU is trying to make this into a PR position, and that is not. I don't know anyone who would want to support that.
Fred Hubert, Hideaway Lane. So if anyone's paying attention to any of the prior votes, we all know that people who want to spend money have the votes here to pass this, right? No question about it. But, this isn't the year for it. And the young lady that spoke just before me mentioned that this could have been contracted services or a part-time position. It's not necessary to bring on a full-time person with benefits, with state retirement. And I have a question for Ms. Whalen.
What's your question?
My question is, since it's been about 12 years since we served on the co-op board together, I think it was the year before that I was on the negotiating team to negotiate a professional staff contract. And I would like to know at what point in the past 12 years that responsibility shifted to the SAU administration, because you said in your presentation that the SAU negotiates 6 contracts and therefore 2 per year because they're typically 3 years. So what point did that change over?
It didn't change. They participate in the negotiations, but they are not doing the negotiations. But the point being is that one of our administrators have to participate in the negotiations every single year.
Okay, so that was maybe misunderstanding or misspoke or whatever?
I didn't mean to misspeak. They do serve on the negotiating team with the board. So they do work with the board and help, there's a lot of discussions back and forth. So I wouldn't say they aren't doing the negotiating. The board is doing the negotiations, but they are helping to facilitate it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And finally, one of the justifications for this public relations position, and that's exactly what it is, was the additional compliance requirements. Can anyone quantify how much additional that is? Because, we were told that we were getting a lot of right-to-know requests, and it turned out to be 6 in the last year. I'm concerned that we're adding a PR position when we have people in this community who ask to see the curriculum and are denied. So what is the quantification of that compliance increase?
I don't have a number for exactly what the compliance is, but I do know there are many state mandates that are coming down and requiring a lot more paperwork to be justified and to be done.
Okay, and I want to apologize. I didn't mean to address the follow-on question to you specifically. It was just a general question to the board or the superintendent. And if you don't have that answer, perhaps someone in the SAU office can quantify how many additional requests, because there's been no justified need at this point with 6 right-to-knows.
Can't quantify the exact amount of time that the business office is working on certain elements, but I can say that from a grant perspective, this district is really not the recipient of a lot of grant funding from the state, but with the ESSER requirements, there were, I think, 5 to 6 phases of ESSER requirements that we, for the amount of money that we did receive, require monthly reporting, compliance, responding to compliance monitoring requests from the DOE, quarterly and semi-annual updates of how that money is being spent, what it's being spent on. It includes very lengthy spreadsheets and documentation that's required, updating of plans, maintenance of those plans on the website. Those are all new responsibilities for this district, specifically due to that level of funding that we've received for each of the 3 districts in the SAU.
Thank you. That's a great explanation. Is the ESSER funds in perpetuity, or is that a short-term thing?
They're not in perpetuity now.
Okay, so this could have been contracted services yet again because it's a short-term issue. Please vote no on this.
Yes, sir.
Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road, and despite people's not trying to twist it into a PR position, this isn't a PR position. It's dealing with administrative and communication. If in this environment, when there's any misstep by the SAU, it gets viewed very negatively. They are not given the correct latitude and grace where they need to make sure that everything, the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed. This isn't a PR position. It's simply to deal with the additional paperwork. And there was a mention of the 6 right-to-knows, but that was only one part of the reasoning that was presented. In addition to the fact that some right-to-know requests can be very arduous. The school board and the SAU have been very fiscally responsible and would not be requesting this additional person to deal with the additional workload if it wasn't absolutely necessary. I ask you to vote yes.
Chandler.
Glenwood Drive, Hollis. First, I want to make a little bit of a point of order. Is it allowed to come up here to address a certain issue and bring in certain points about other perhaps voting that is going on concurrently at the same time, various times in the question?
I'm not sure what you're asking, but I
Okay.
think the answer is yes.
Okay. I'll bring it up with you later. I'm in favor of this because I feel, as Krista mentioned, Andy and Gina should not be chasing down paperwork and files and making sure there's the right number of copies of each one to comply with a right to know, or they shouldn't have to spend a half an hour filling out a form that the state has just imposed on us, maybe for several dozen kids, or maybe just one kid, whatever, when it's just a matter of looking up the information out of the file and copying it down onto the form. I would prefer someone clerical do that. I'm also in favor of someone being a specific point person. I know when Bob Thompson was with our district, he would occasionally or periodically put out information and got overwhelming approval for basically straight from the horse's mouth kind of information. Andy and Gina don't have time for that. They shouldn't have to get into the back and forth. Jen Psaki is resigning. If she's available, I'd like to hire her for this job because I think she'd be able to handle questions professionally and concisely. And that's what I'm looking for. I don't want someone who's worried about having to do 6 other tasks. I want someone who's just getting the information, able to package it for our consumption, and able to help out with other paperwork, information type tasks that the SAU needs. Thanks.
It is now 8:57. The polls for Article 1 have been open for more than an hour. Sorry, on Article 7 have been open for more than an hour. We are now closing the polls on Article 7, and the counters may start to count. Ms. Arthur.
Brooke Arthur, 74 Ridge Road, Hollis. I'd like to move the question.
The motion here is to end debate on Article 4. Is there a second? Michelle St. John. This requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of ending debate on Article 7, Article 4, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to ending debate, raise your cards, and the ayes have it. All in line may speak, and Mr. Garuba will be the last speaker.
Brandon Buteau, Buttonwood Drive. I think I would just like to reiterate what some of the previous speakers have said. I mean, we all like to save on overhead, but we want to make sure that whatever overhead we're spending is being spent wisely. And it doesn't make a lot of sense for senior administrators who have to be responsible for doing things like developing curriculum and setting policies and monitoring, working through contracts and all that stuff, have to deal with the bucket loads of paperwork that the state is levying on top of the district. And I'm strongly in favor of this article, and I think everybody should support it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Maria Nardi, 68 Hideaway. My question is about this communications and compliance specialist. I'm just a little bit confused about the title. It seems pretty dynamic, and it was presented as somebody who provides information. It's information. A couple times that was said, information. Well, there is an SAU website, and that's where we go for our information. So I'm really not sure we're talking about, this person would work on, making sure that we're complying with all these federal funds, because they come with a lot of strings, as you know. But I just don't understand this information piece and this communication piece. So I'd like to clarify what part of the job is communicating? Who are they communicating with? The government to do, for these funds, or somebody else, or what? And I also have another question, that you had mentioned that this isn't something unique, that there are other schools in New Hampshire that have this position. And I was wondering if you could name one or two.
Wyndham, Salem.
Wyndham and Salem. Okay, thank you.
The communications is for both getting communication out, and it's also giving communication to the state for information, because we are required by law to give them lots of information regarding statistics and mandates that they ask us for. So that would be part of the job. Part of the job would be also communicating. For example, when we had COVID, that was our assistant superintendent who put that information together every single week or every single day in many cases. So that would be a job that would fall under, hopefully not for a pandemic, but that would be an example of a job that would be communication to the public. And in terms of compliance, just making sure that we are staying compliant within the laws and following everything that we need to do. There's many different stipulations that we need to follow, and we want to make sure that we're following all of those, and that would be the person who could be centrally in charge of that. And one of the things, when this was brought forward, I think back in October, November, the Budget Committee came forward and said, well, we aren't crazy about just communication, what else? And then the whole compliance came into view, because we're trying to explain exactly what the job would entail. It's not just communications, it is compliance. So we added the word compliance to it just to help people to understand what the job would entail.
Okay. And just one final question. Do you have a staff that manages at the SAU website that provides the content, makes updates to it? Do you have a staff member that does that, more than one, or?
We have a few that do it, that participate in doing that.
Okay.
Not one.
Okay. And is this role a social media role at all?
They would have some social media exposure, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Ramundi, Olson Drive. I'm a little confused as to one of the key aspects of this job is that it would combat misinformation on social media such as Facebook. So if that was mentioned here, I would think that would be a pretty significant aspect of the role. And yet, when asked for an example of that, the first example and only example given was an opinion on the actual role. So it would seem if you eliminate this position, you would have no more misinformation problem. Secondly, it was also added that this person would be responsible for putting out proper meeting times and places and whatnot. So I would ask, is there a problem with misinformation of meeting times and places being intentionally rerouting people to the wrong place and time?
Well, certainly not intentionally. There have been mistakes that have been made. It would be nice to have one person centrally located that would be in charge of making sure that gets taken care of and following all the steps, because again, there are different people doing this in the SAU because they have many other roles. As a matter of fact, our superintendent does not have an administrative assistant. Basically, he runs a $52 million corporation and does not have an administrative assistant. I don't know of many CEOs that don't have an administrative assistant. So those are some of the things. It's a small office in a lovely building.
Did the superintendent put out the notice on the SAU 41 website for this meeting tonight?
No, he did not.
And yet we found our way here without this specialist. And lastly, I would say, what will the next front in the war on misinformation be? Will it be the ball field between two parents expressing opinions? Will it be between me and my neighbor? Perhaps we'll go deeper and dig into personal emails. When does this end? I vote against this.
Roy.
Carol Roy, South Merrimack Road, Hollis. So there's a lot of focus on the compliance and communication specialist position, and we've all talked about it a lot tonight. One of the things that was mentioned repeatedly was it could be a part-time position, it could be a contracted position. A contractor is going to make a larger hourly wage than this is allowing for, even with benefits. If that person makes $50 an hour and works 20 hours a week, we're spending $52,000 a year on a part-time person. And I don't think we're going to get from them what the SAU needs. So I think that we need to dispose of that argument right now. When you're looking at this total of salary and benefits, this is approximately what? 20, I can't even do the quick math, but you're looking at 1/3 of what you're looking at here is going to the co-op, and 1/3 to Brookline, and Brookline voted that in heartily, and 1/3 to the Hollis School District, and Hollis voted that in. It was a narrow margin, but they did vote yes. So there is support for the SAU budget. And it's not just this position, it is the entire budget. If you go to the slide that shows what is covered here, we're talking about small raises for people that are already working there. It is not just this position. We have benefits that have to be paid for health insurance rates that have gone up and membership changes. And the folks who work in the SAU offices for your children need their equipment and their software updated. So I need you to keep in mind that you are not voting just on a position, you are voting on a budget for an organization that works incredibly hard for all of us. Thank you.
I have the results on the vote on Article 7, SB2. Yes, 44, no, 298, and the article fails. Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 7 made by Darlene Mann. Is there a second? Second by Liz Brown. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 7, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to restricting reconsideration of Article 7, raise your cards, and the ayes have it. Yes, ma'am.
Susan Romito, Keys Hill Road. I would like to know what the 6 right-to-knows were and if they were completed.
I honestly don't know if I'll remember all 6, but I'll give you 2 major ones. We had a request to provide all the revenue accounts for the last 4 years for each of the 4 legal entities.
How many years?
Last 4 years.
4 years.
We had a request for all professional development, coursework, and anything related to social emotional learning, going back approximately 2 years. Just to give you an idea, that was about a week's worth of work if you just put all the hours together, over 3,000 pages of information. We had a similar one from, this time it was from a newspaper organization, so it's not always citizens of Hollis and Brookline, but they had followed our discussions and wanted information. And many times on those right to know, people should understand that they also require us to consult with legal because of the information that we'll be sending out. Sometimes names have to be redacted and things like that, because in some instances you could have information about potentially students, because sometimes the information is requested around special education compliance and things like that. So those are a couple of examples of the right-to-know requests.
Okay, out of those 6, how many were completed?
Oh, they're all completed. It's mandated by law, and there's timelines for it from when it comes in to when it has to be completed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Waiting in line, I heard a few comments here that caught my ear a little bit. So this position was actually proposed in October as strictly a communication specialist or PR representative. And it seems like there was a lot of pushback at the Budget Committee, and then some other tasks were added to the job description to make the job more palatable to voters. That's what it looks like. So I'm just looking at this on the outside and saying, why is it that this is not a question, this is a rhetorical question. The point is, why is it that the school board is so concerned with putting information out on social media? I don't think that's their job. I urge everybody to vote no against this. Thank you.
Thank you. All debate is closed. It is now time to vote on this article. This will be another ballot vote. You can go to any ballot clerk of either town, get your card stamped, and get another ballot. Has everyone in the room who wishes to vote had a chance to vote? Has everyone in the room who wishes to vote had a chance to vote? Have the ballot clerks had a chance to vote? Well, time to vote. The ballot clerks have had a chance to vote. Four last voters back there. Everyone who wishes to vote has had a chance to vote. I now close the polls on Article 4. Article 5. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate up to the sum of $200,000 to be added to the previously established School Building and Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund. The sum to come from the Hollis-Brookline Cooperative School District's June 30, 2022 unassigned fund balance available on July 1, 2022. The school board, there is a typo on the warrant. The correct recommendation from the school board is 5 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstention. Ends with 800. The net tax impact of this article is 0, but if it fails, there is a potential tax reduction of 8 cents a thousand for Hollis and 13 cents a thousand for Brookline. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Tom Solon. Ms. Durlow Babcock.
Thank you. The Maintenance Expendable Trust was established previously to help defray the costs of big-ticket maintenance items. This fund alleviates the existence of major financial spikes due to non-routine maintenance costs. The funding source of this article is the unassigned fund balance, or surplus, that may exist at the end of the current fiscal year, June 30th, 2022. If the surplus funds are not available, this article will not be funded. The purpose of this fund is to carry forward funds for major building maintenance. Major expenditures are proposed by administration to the school board. The school board then evaluates and approves the expenditures after holding a public hearing. If you go to the next slide. As you can see from the slide, if this article is approved, there are some items that the board will consider approving after that public hearing if there are funds available. So currently our beginning balance is $99,625. If this $200,000 passes, we would then be able to potentially do Phase 7 of the Hollis-Brookline High School roof, which is $70,000. Do some more road paving, Phase 2 of the Hollis-Brookline High School parking lot, which is $70,000, and the middle school HVAC, $60,000 in upgrades. We would then, if we approve all that, still have $99,625 in this fund. There has been an additional $255,750 in facility maintenance items included in the operating budget. Those are prioritized. These would be secondary priorities that we would then approve after that public hearing. Thank you.
Is there discussion on Article 5? Seeing none, if you are in favor of appropriating $200,000 to the School Building and Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 6, to see if the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District will vote to raise and appropriate up to the sum of $25,000 to come from the June 30, 2022 unassigned fund balance available for transfer on July 1, 2022, to be added to the previously established Special Education Expendable Trust Fund, no amount to be raised from taxation. The school board recommends this 600. The Budget Committee recommends this 800. The estimated net tax impact is 0. The potential foregone tax reduction if this article fails is 2 cents a thousand for Brookline and 1 cent a thousand for Hollis. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Tom Solon. Ms. Durlow Babcock.
Thanks again. So the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District established a special education expendable trust fund in 2017. The purpose of this fund would be to help defray the costs of sudden, unanticipated, significant costs that were unknown at the time of the development of the budget. Special education aid reimburses roughly 10% of the total special education costs and is received over 1 year after the funds are expended. This trust is an important fiscal tool for managing risk. The funding source of this article is the unassigned fund balance or surplus that may exist at the end of the current fiscal year, June 30th, 2022. If the surplus funds are not available, this article will not be funded. All voter-approved articles will fund in order of their appearance on the warrant. Expenditures are proposed by the administration to the school board at a noticed public hearing. The school board then evaluates and approves the expenditure. If the money is not expended, any funds are maintained in the trust until they are needed. The fund currently has $200,000 in it, and the passage of this article will bring the total to $225,000. We have an agreed-upon cap on this fund as of $225,000.
Is there any discussion on Article 6? Seeing none, if you are in favor of adding $25,000 to the Special Education Expendable Trust Fund, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 5 and 6. Motion by Darlene Mann, seconded by Liz Brown. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration on Articles 5 and 6, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. The ayes have it. On to Article 8, since we've already taken care of 7.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion.
Probably depends on what your motion is.
I know, probably not. Barbara King, Barton Road and Hollis. I'd like to make a motion to indefinitely postpone Articles 8 through 11.
You need to wait until the article is on the floor and the proposer has had a chance to speak to it. Then you can make your motion.
I would respectfully like to overrule the moderator.
Okay. The issue here is at what point can a voter make a motion to postpone an article? Procedure require the article to actually be on the floor and had a chance for the proposer to make his argument before you take motions like table or postpone, and that is right now at this time. If you wish to sustain if you are in favor of sustaining my ruling, please raise your cards. Oh. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. My ruling stands.
Thank you.
Article 8. Shall the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District rescind authorization under RSA 198:4-B2 so that the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District returns 100% of year-end unassigned general funds to the taxpayers? The school board does not recommend this article by a vote of 0-6-0. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a vote of 0-8-0. The net tax impact is 0. Moved by Eric Power, seconded by, I don't see a second. Mr. Okay. And we have the presentation on Article 8, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. The purpose of this article is to return 100% of the funds that are left over at the end of the year in our Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. Next slide. The language that was just read by the moderator, basically returning 100% of the year-end funds to the taxpayers. Next slide. Give a little more explanation. So Chapter 198 of the law, district taxes, allows certain authorities to be granted. So currently, the co-op school board is authorized by this legislative body to retain an unused portion of the year-end unassigned general funds, the unspent funds at the end of the year. The previous legislative body in past years has set this limit at 1% of the net assessment. And that's currently, from last year's number, it was about $181,000. If you look in the lower right, you'll see the actual, we talked about it earlier, the unreserved fund balance was $2.255 million that was left over. The athletic trust and the maintenance trust were both funded by the legislative body, and then they were able to retain another $181,000 as an additional trust or an additional contingency fund. So this amount isn't the things we just voted on, this is an addition to that. So we have the identified funds, and then we have this additional one for, I guess, things we haven't considered yet that we might understand. Next slide. So the funds, if you, just like we did in the past two warrant articles, if the funds are retained, they don't go to reduce the tax effort that we would pay later this year. It's really like spending the money. So that's why you would like not to have to do this. And as we all know, fiscal and economic conditions change from year to year. You know, we've had the pandemic, we've had inflation, we've had other things happen. So it seems to be a more prudent approach that the school board and the budget committee propose annually the need for and the size of an additional contingency fund and trust funds as they've just done. This is a much better approach than an indefinite blanket authorization to retain the funds. The funds are our funds paid by taxpayers, and if they're left over, they should be returned to the taxpayers. So this article is to rescind that authority so that all of the leftover funds, besides the ones we just voted on explicitly, are returned to the taxpayers in order to defray the taxes for the next year when we pay them. Next slide. Please support fiscal prudence for the co-op school district with this article and return 100% of unspent funds to the Hollis and Brookline taxpayers. Thank you.
So I wanted to take a moment to explain a little bit about the RSA that's in question, because the wording of the article itself is a little bit misleading. So the RSA 198-4B is part of a contingency RSA that specifically addresses how to retain funds for a school district. A school district is different than a town. A town keeps any residual funds and holds them in an unassigned fund balance. School district doesn't have that opportunity. What this RSA does is allow school districts to retain funds and hold aside a portion. When this article was first passed several years ago, I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago, it was passed at the state level with a maximum authorization of 2.5% of the net assessment. So right now, the Hollis School District has a maximum approved retained fund balance percentage of 2.5%. The Brookline School District has a maximum retained fund balance percentage of 2.5%. And when it was brought to the co-op at the time, the amount was amended here at district meeting, and the maximum allowable for the co-op is 1%. I'll reiterate or explain and kind of put things in perspective a little bit. The co-op has the largest schools, the largest student body, the largest staff, and the largest budget, and the smallest amount that can be retained in, the smallest percentage that can be retained. Further, until this past year, the maximum amount was never retained. We would retain an amount less than that 1%. But when the additional funds and uncertainties that were related to the pandemic were available, the maximum amount was retained. 2 years ago, the state legislature amended this RSA to allow the maximum percentage that schools can retain to be 5%. In order to pass that, we would have to bring forward a warrant article and make a recommendation to the legislative body. We can't automatically increase an amount, but right now, the number on the books at the state level, so the state legislature, the majority of the state legislature agreed, the maximum amount schools should be able to retain is 5%, and they still leave it up to local control to determine the appropriate percentage for a district. There are districts who have put warrants forward to maximize that percentage. There are districts that retain fund balances in the millions of dollars. For our district, that amount is less than $181,000 on a $25.8 million budget. We also don't have a contingency fund. So the previous presentation referenced the fact that we can just bring forward a contingency fund and pass it at our meeting. We did that last year, and we've done that for the past 10 years. Last year was the first year it wasn't supported here at district meeting. So the co-op doesn't have $100,000 that it normally has in contingency and is voted on and normally supported. The Brookline School District has $40,000. Hollis School District has $95,000. So these non-designated fund balances that aren't specific to any use, like special education or facilities maintenance or the SAU maintenance trust, for the Hollis School District totals $284,000. For Brookline School District totals $169,500. And again, for our district, with the highest budget, that is more than double that of the Brookline School District, we have less than $181,000. And again, I will say also in both Hollis and Brookline, the same measured approach to retaining funds prevailed up until this past year because those retained fund balances had never been budgeted to the maximum amount. So I would urge you to consider these things before, as you consider rescinding this and removing the 1% maximum that the district has. And additionally, I would look to our council to explain part of the issue with the wording of this warrant article, because it specifically rescinds our ability to retain that 1%, but it also says we have to return 100% of year-end unassigned fund balance, and I'm not sure if that overrides some of the fund balances we just voted to fund if we have to return that 100%. So I'd put that question to our attorney and leave you with the thoughts that I just shared with you. And reiterate that on a budget the size that we're talking about, with less than $181,000, we have 0.7% of the budget retained. And someone earlier talked about what this does to our bond rating if we return funds. I think our bond rating, and I'm not an expert on this, I think our bond rating improves by actually having funds in contingency and retained. I know that's what happens on the municipal side. I can only make an educated assumption that that would be happening on our school district side as well. So I urge you not to support Article 8. Thank you.
So I think the question for council was, if this passes, what happens to the articles that have already been funded by the unassigned fund balance?
I don't think those specific articles will be impacted because those were separate appropriations. My concern is the language here that it suggests, but it's not clear. I understand the intent, but it suggests that 100% of year-end unassigned general funds will be returned to the taxpayers. It's a little bit misleading. There are provisions in state law, specifically RSA 32.7. The typical rule is that all unexpended funds lapse at the end of the fiscal year to the taxpayers, but there's a really well-known exception that when funds are encumbered by the school board to pay for contractual obligations, that's an exception. So it's not accurate to say that without this contingency, 100% of the funds will be returned. There are some exceptions to that as well, and I just wanted the voters to be aware that it's not 100% accurate.
Thank you. I have the votes on Article 4, which is the SAU budget. The vote at the co-op, which was counted twice, and the second time was done in the presence of observers, 174 yes, 146 no. When I add them all up together, with the Brookline District, the Hollis School District, and the co-op, I have 774 yes, 562 no, and the SAU budget is agreed. Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 4, made by Darlene Mann, seconded by Liz Brown. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 4, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Now we're back to Article 8. Yes, sir.
Greg Darbone, 65 Cleveland Hill Road. I got two questions on this, just to clarify, because I'm a simple person. A lot of numbers thrown out there. If by some magic we can we have 5%, which I think Darlene said is now allowed by the law. That 5%, if it's not spent, where does it go? Where does it go? Is it a slush fund? Is it held for next year that we can use it toward next year's budget?
It's held until the administration brings forward a use for it to the school board and through a public hearing for approval. When I neglected to mention that when the legislature passed the increase to 5%, they also changed the method of use of the retained fund balance. So they now allow it to be a public hearing request through a public hearing to the school board to approve it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that they didn't spend it willy-nilly. The second question is, I hope, simple. to return all this tax money to the taxpayers, did anyone figure out how much that would cost?
That would be 7 cents per thousand in Hollis and 12 cents per thousand in Brookline. And in this case, it's a one-time return. So we don't have, the way this is funded now is since we have this money set aside, it's automatically reapproved and set aside every year by action of the school board. So it's just, we're kind of like renewing the fact that we want to keep it in retained funds.
Actually, my question is, how much will it cost to get the money back to the taxpayers? Like, are you going to mail it in envelopes with stamps? Are you going to, so, you know, how much does that cost?
It becomes part of the unreserved fund balance that offsets the tax effort, that affects your tax rate, and that it affects the tax rate that would be on your tax bill.
Right, so when do I get my money back? The next time I have to pay the taxes? Or are we supposed to receive a check at the end? How does this work?
You don't receive a check. It becomes part of the unreserved fund balance at the end of the year. And when you get your November tax bill, you'll have a recalculated tax rate.
Okay, so with this petition article, that's how I get my tax money back, right?
Yes.
That's what you're telling me. Because I want to make sure that this doesn't cost anything just to give us our money back.
No, but
That's the other side of the coin.
But you're not going to see a separate line on your tax bill that says, here we
No,
refer.
I got that,
Because
yeah.
the co-op rate is combined with your local tax rate,
Right.
so you don't even really see a co-op tax rate on your
Right,
bill.
but it'll be the next time in December when I have to pay my taxes again. All right, just want to make sure I understood the process. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
James Spears, 34 Buttonwood Drive. I'd like to just tonight bring forward an empirical example of why I think this is very well intentioned, and I agree with giving back taxpayers money too, but I think there's a perverse incentive here that we're not considering. So in my military experience, the military very much uses a use it or lose it mentality with appropriated funds. So if you don't use your money at the end of each fiscal year, it goes away. And so what it drove was this perverse behavior where the commanders were incentivized to spend every single dollar, even on frivolous stuff like Garmin GPS watches for some of the Marines, other stuff that was not very necessary. So I think right now, the school board is acting responsibly. It's giving back a majority. The percentage is low. And even if you were to pass this, the perverse incentive, I think, based on that empirical example, it actually probably cost you more money in the long run. Because in the military case, if we could retain some of those funds year on year, we could use efficiencies and actually reduce our costs over time instead of spending the maximum amount Congress appropriated every year. So I would recommend, as much as I love giving money back to the taxpayers, I would recommend no on this because of the empirical example. It creates a perverse incentive that will actually be counterproductive to the goal that it states.
Seeing no further discussion on Article 8, it is time to vote. You are in favor, if you are in favor of rescinding authorization under RSA 198:4-B2, thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the noes have it. Motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 8, made by Darlene Mann and seconded by Mr. Blinn. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article 8, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 9, by petition. Shall the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District direct the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board to adopt and implement a policy to ensure that each textbook or other assigned book used in the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District, as well as a copy of all professional training materials provided to teachers, administrators, and staff of the district, paid with school district funds, be made available to the public at the Hollis Social Library and at the Brookline Public Library in hard copy or electronic form, organized by grade or teacher. The school board does not recommend this article, 060. The estimated net tax impact is 0. I want to make clear that this article is advisory only. Due to state law, the legislative body, which is this meeting, cannot direct school board policy. Can we have the presentation on Article 9, please? By Mr. Power, seconded by Dennis Beaches. Mr. Power.
Yes, I'd like to speak to this article. Article 9 is to make sure that we have textbooks, other assigned books, and professional training materials available in our public libraries in both towns. Next slide. This is the language the moderator just read. Go ahead, next slide. What's the rationale for this article? Well, parents have a right to know what their children are being taught. It's really an issue of transparency. Also, parents are taxpayers, but there's also taxpayers that may not be parents or have students that are out of the schools. They have a right to know what is being taught to our staff during professional development training using our tax dollars. This warrant article gives a strong message to the school board that will help enable and facilitate conversations and adjustments among parents, taxpayers, teachers, and administrators. You've heard earlier that there was a right to know to get curriculum, and that was not fully completed to my understanding. But this would just make it a self-service that any of the taxpayers could go to the Hollis or Brookline libraries and get that information for themselves. Our goal is really, we want what is best and appropriate for our students and our children. Next slide. We support curriculum and instructional transparency in the co-op school district. Having these textbooks, other assigned books, and professional training materials available in our public library ensures transparency. And parents know best what our children are taught. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Cordelia Scales, 49 DuPont Gould Road, Brookline. I oppose Article 9. Having all educational materials like textbooks, syllabi, and teacher training manuals available at the library would cause teachers additional work. I have also been to the Brookline and Hollis libraries multiple times. There really is not space to have all curricula, class materials, and training materials sorted by a teacher and course. In order to accomplish this, the libraries would have to pare down their already small collections, leaving the libraries with fewer available options. Additionally, there are a lot of opportunities for parental involvement in curricula discussion and transparency. When a student brings home a syllabus, which includes topics that will be studied, books that will be read, and grading procedures, it usually has to be signed by both the student and the parent and returned to the teachers. The syllabus will usually include a clause that says this regarding alternate assignments. Quote, if a parent wishes to have their student exempt from any use of material, such as a novel, video or novel utilized in a class, they must notify the teacher as soon as possible. It is strongly encouraged that the parent and the student meet with the teacher to discuss the alternative material and or any alternative assignments that coincide with the change in material, unquote. This comes from Mr. Trevor Duval's syllabus for his civics course, which I took before I graduated HBHS in 2019. Parents can also go to back-to-school nights or parent-teacher conferences to voice their concerns. And if a parent cannot make either of these, they can always call or email teachers or administration at the schools and set up a meeting or a phone call. This article would cause more problems than it would solve and is unnecessary and intimidating towards teachers who are already overworked and fear saying the wrong thing, causing them to lose their licenses and livelihoods. Thank you.
Mr. Garuba.
I'm disappointed to watch the opponents of these articles try to shut down debate instead of discussing their positions openly. I think that's the wrong way for anybody to treat these meetings, to use parliamentary tricks to
Can you speak
stop
to
a
the
debate.
article, please?
Yes, sir. I'll bring in my prepared comments. I hope that everyone here sees the common sense in approving this article. It seems to me that anything the schools would consider teaching to our children should be easily accessible to all parents and residents in our towns. Parents should be able to take active roles in their children's education, and this article will ensure that they have the necessary access to do so. How can parents be expected to guide their children through the challenges of adolescence in our world, a world that is filled with controversial influences that impinge on their impressionable minds? These children are still trying to find their own place in the world. Please vote yes on this article and give parents the tools that they need to do their job. Thank you.
This is going
Yes,
to be
sir.
on Mr. Gribble, Richard Gribble from Brookline. This is going to be unpopular. I move that we pass over Article 9, given that it is advisory in nature. Hopefully the timing on that motion is correct because we do have it on the floor.
Yes, you can make that motion at this time. And if it passes, no one will be allowed to speak any further. We simply move on to the next article.
Yes, sir. I make a motion that we pass over Article 9.
That's true. Is there a motion to pass over? Is there a second? Brown. All right. Tell me again your name, please. Your name, please.
Richard Gribble.
Richard Gribble.
G-R-I. 2 B's, L-E.
Yes. The motion is debatable. You wish to speak to the motion.
Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. We saw this a moment ago. We've seen this at the co-op. I've seen these at the co-op meeting last year. I've seen this at previous meetings. If we're coming here, we all vote so that we maintain the traditional town meeting. We just voted on SB2, and people voted here to hear their neighbors. So I don't know that there's been a line of people that want to speak about anything more than this article, and we're going to vote to stop them from having their voice. Please vote this down. This has got to stop.
Is there further discussion on the motion to pass over? None. If you wish to end discussion on this article and move on to the next article, please raise your cards. If you are opposed and wish to keep discussing this article, please raise your cards. And the noes have it. Ms. Hicks.
Pam Hicks, 8 Maple Knoll Drive. I guess I just wanted to say that I've always believed in transparency, but this didn't mean a lot to me until having a child in the school system, and she came home with a book, and I was reading it to her, I believe it was in 6th grade, where every other word was N, and it wasn't appropriate. And I believe very strongly the parents do have a right to see what our kids are learning and the teachers are teaching. And also we've got, Common Core that came into our schools that both of our districts, the Hollis and Brookline, voted down, and that is there as well. We have an obligation to make sure that everybody has access to what our kids are learning.
Ms. Levesque.
Yes, Melanie Levesque, 2 McDaniels Drive, Brookline. I rise to vote no to this petition warrant article. And before I speak about that. I just want to thank our school board members. I know what it's like to be one of those folks. You're doing a great job, and to our finance committee and to our poll workers. I want to thank everybody for being here. I'm sure many of you remember that warm, sunny day in May when we spent 9.5 hours at a co-op meeting. And the last warrant article was, I don't really know what it was, but I call it the anti-discrimination article. And we resoundingly voted that article down. And then our state representatives, our senators, and our governor put that into law. They put it into our state budget. So I am the cautionary tale provider and letting people know that we may vote this down today, but it is a bill in Concord today. And if we don't agree with this, then we need to keep our eyes open and we need to reject this at the state level as well. Thank you.
Mr. Solon.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road. Our parents and our citizens have the right to examine whatever documents and curriculum they want. They have that right now, and they have that ability. It's on our websites. It's available from all our teachers. We do not have the right to dictate to libraries what they put in their collection, and there's nothing that this says that will force them to do so. This is not about transparency. This is part of a nationwide concerted effort to support censorship and restriction, and I apologize to those people who are taking it at face value and think that this is really something to give them access to information that they might not have. That information is available. It is all public. It is all on our website. It is available from your teachers. This is intimidation. This is an effort to work in conjunction with the bounties put on our teachers. This is a big deal. You can read about it in the national news all over the place, and as Ms. Levesque said, it's going on in our State House, but it is not about transparency. For people who want transparency, go to our website, talk to our teachers. All that information is available. Vote no on this article. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brendan Dennehy, Mason Road in Brookline. I'm a member of the Brookline Select Board, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity tonight. I am opposed to this warrant article. As the previous speaker said, the information is already there. This is a solution in search of a problem. Mr. Moderator, when you were announcing this article, you said that there was no tax impact. And while that's technically correct, if we were to move forward with this, there would be a tax impact on the towns. I can't speak to the Hollis Social Library, but I know for the Brookline Public Library, we already are out of space. We have to use the annex in town for the overflow of library materials. So we would have to determine where these materials would go, how they would be added to the collection, how we would coordinate with the school district in terms of what new materials come in, what materials are no longer necessary, how we remove them. Those all have costs that would be put to the town. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Andrade. I live on 4 Pullman Drive in Hollis. I served 4 years in the Marine Corps, 1 year in Vietnam as an infantryman. In recent years, I was always kind of interested to know what I fought for, so I've read, I think, about 80 Supreme Court decisions. And I am very much in favor of this bill. There was a famous Supreme Court decision, West Virginia versus school. It was, I forget the name of it right now. But I remember in that Supreme Court decision had to do with the school board. The Supreme Court said that If there is one fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, shall determine what shall be orthodox in matters of opinion. I've read Thomas Jefferson's Wall of Separation letter. Jefferson made a point that the rightful place of government is to govern behavior, not opinions. James Madison, in his Memorial and Remonstrance, said if somebody has an opinion and they're in error with it, that's a matter between him and God. It doesn't affect me. So government should be in the business of punishing wrong behavior, but not in the business of indoctrinating and propagandizing, particularly students. Now, how are these? I don't have any kids in the Hollis schools, but I'm concerned about the U.S. Constitution. I'm concerned about freedom. How the hell are these parents supposed to know what especially today, what their kids are learning if they don't have access to the materials? So I want to just encourage people to vote yes for this. Thank you very much.
Stanley.
I have three things to clear up. One is that Tom just said, Tom, as a member of the board, is well-versed in the policies, and he knows that every parent, every member of the taxpaying community has access to any of the materials used in the schools. So that's not an issue. The second one is Andy stated that all the RTIs have been fulfilled, so I'm not sure why Mr. Power thought it hasn't, one that he had wasn't done. And the third one is the Common Core thing keeps coming up, that somehow the district overrode the will of the people or whatever. That whole vote for Common Core years ago was advisory only, was just to give the opinion of the board. The board didn't really have any leeway in it. So it's not valid to use as an example of the school running roughshod over the taxpayers.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Agatha Conley, 14 Sawmill Road, and we live in the age of information, and there's always greater and greater interest in transparency. Tonight we actually voted on an article for a compliance and communication specialist at a tune of almost $80,000. It seems common sense then that the district would want to be even more forthright in the materials that the students are learning. This district has gone at lightning speed from hard copy textbooks and novels straight into Google Classroom that started from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. The information coming forward at home is fewer and fewer, and I would suggest it's in everyone's interest, district members, taxpayers, and parents, to see what the children are learning and studying for the sake of transparency and compliance with the parents' needs. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Maria Beaches, Pepperell Road, Brookline. I would like to support this article, and the reason I say this is that I am a taxpayer, as are the parents here. I do not have children in the school district. I do not have a burning desire to run out and look at the curriculum or the textbooks. But having said that, the taxpayer, parents, non-parents, support the schools. They pay for the schools. And therefore, because they support the school and pay their taxes, they own what goes out there as far as curriculum, textbooks, instructional materials. How is it that a library would not want to house a textbook, curriculum, or whatever? There may be people who do not have access to internet. Are we quibbling now Why would this be so detrimental to teachers to have these curricular materials available to everyone who pays their taxes? I urge everyone, you have a right as a taxpayer. You own what you pay for, and therefore it should be available to all, whether they have internet access to the website, they will have access to the library. So thank you, and I hope everyone votes yes for this particular warrant article.
Mr. Butow.
Yes, I am not going to move the question. I have a question for the council. We heard some claims earlier about what the legal force of this article actually is. And so my question is, does this legislative body have the authority to require the public libraries in either town to do anything?
No.
Thank you.
That's the shortest answer I think Jim's given ever. Yes, sir.
Jim Gill, 30 Milton Place, Hollis. And, wow. Approved $26 million. We've got first-rate facilities, first-rate teachers, first-rate athletic fields, first-rate everything. Now heading into oil, $300 a barrel they're projecting, so if you get 1,000 gallons of oil now at $3 or $4, 4,000, this coming winter might be 9, 12,000. Food, people losing their jobs, worrying about they're gonna have the jobs. The headwinds, inflation, pensions going bankrupt, staggering concerns. And of all the warrant articles, parents have only asked for transparency, which is what made this country great, and every great leader has been in favor of it, so that just copies of the books and curricular and training materials and everything else, in lieu of all the stuff that's going on in the world and all the fear and all the stresses coming out of 2 years of a hellacious period, for anyone to have a problem and be saying it's book burning or they've got bounties out for, or any of these pathetically rhetorical devices. They're pathetic. Everybody works their ass off to protect the innocence of their children. That's why I go to work. That's why I sacrifice for my kids, to protect their innocence, okay? I and I alone will determine, when it's not involving arithmetic and science and math and all your area of specialties, what goes into my child. That's how it's been for 247 years. And you people, if you do not support this, are creating a rupture in your communities for no reason at all, for no good purpose at all, other than demagoguery is the best you can come up with. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi there. Christina Isakovich, 75 Broad Street in Hollis. So by way of context, I don't have kids in the Hollis school system. And the reason I don't have kids in the Hollis school system today is because they've aged out. But 15 years ago, when they were of the appropriate age to be attending, I called the school one day to learn more about what was being taught in the math and science curriculum, because I was thinking of moving the kids into the school. It was not a loaded question, and it certainly predates the divisiveness. I had the dubious distinction of being told by the guidance counselor, who, by the way, refused to let me talk to the principal, being told by the guidance counselor that if I had to ask such a stupid question, obviously I didn't belong in the school system. You got it. You heard me. So that's by way of context. Now to the topic of hand. We sat here and talked for better part of half an hour about whether or not the PR person is a PR person and how much work they have to do to answer freedom of information requests, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now I hear that all of this stuff that exists is additional work. It all exists. It's all online somewhere, but apparently creating it would cause undue trauma and difficulty for our teachers, and would cause increasing use of shelf space in our libraries. I will submit that if it really exists, an 8.5 by 11 sign on the library wall that says, for curriculum information, go to www whatever, would solve that problem if in fact it already exists and is readily available. So I'm curious, what exactly are you trying to hide?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlotte Trodden, 32 Hideaway Lane, Hollis. So I'd like to speak out in opposition to this article as it is worded. So to be clear, if anybody in this room has time to read all of your high schoolers' textbooks and school books, God love you, because mine are all over our dining room table. I haven't cracked one open, but I think the more educated we all are, the better we are as a community. I am not opposed to that. What I'm opposed to is how much this is going to restrict our teachers to teach things that are happening in our lives at the moment. We are watching our world unfurl with a war that may be at our door tomorrow. Our teachers will not be able to teach our children about Russia, the USSR, Ukraine, as it happens, while how this is worded, because they would have to make sure that copies are on the shelves in a library for all parents to access. By the time it happens, history has already changed, and our kids are not better for it. So while I am not opposed to everybody knowing what our kids are reading it yourselves, we have to keep them updated and not restrict our teachers.
Since Mr. Power and Mr. Garuba have already spoken, I'm going to put first-time speakers get to speak first. And the two of you can figure out which one gets to speak last. I would like to remind people that this is a petition article. It was not something sponsored by the board. And if you are in favor of the article or opposed, speak to the article, not to the board. The board has nothing to do with the presentation of this article. Mr. Guillen.
Tom Guillen, Broad Street, Hollis. I oppose this article. It occurs to me a simpler solution might be that if parents are curious about what's going on in their child's classroom, talk to your child.
Yes, ma'am.
Susan Romito, Keys Hill Road. What if your child doesn't express what is going on verbatim? We moved here not just for schools, but for the community. And when coming here, I specifically asked for curriculum. I was denied. And then I reluctantly sent my kids to the schools because we had homeschooled before. They were in for 4 months before I pulled them. I pulled them because I do not trust sending my kids to these public systems. And if this curriculum is so readily available online, then why is it so hard to put it in the library?
Yes, sir.
It's Ed Perry, Muscatannabis, Brookline. That's louder than I thought. I would just jump on what Brendan had said previously. I definitely think that this is a solution looking for a problem. I have 2 kids in school. If I want to know what kind of books that they're reading, I'm going to go open up their book bag, and I'm going to take the book out, and I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to read it a lot quicker than I'm going to walk or drive all the way down to the public library to get the same thing. This makes no sense to me. Now, I know some people don't have kids in the school district, and one day I won't either. And at that time, I might be super interested in what the kids are being taught. If that's the case, then it's my job to get on Amazon.com and go buy those books myself. I can't ask a whole town full of people to put up the money because this won't be free. There's no such thing as free. That's foolish. There's no such thing in the world that's free. Someone is going to have to put all these things into the library. Someone at the library is going to have to reorganize everything to allow for this thing. And there's going to be copying costs, there's going to be repurchasing costs, the whole 9 yards. So if I'm interested in the future, I can let you know that at that point I will buy the books myself. I can't ask a whole town to put that effort forth. That makes no sense to me. So the solutions are there for the people who want to have them. But this is just looking for, this just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yes, sir.
James Spears, 34 Buttonwood Drive. I just want to cut through the posturing on both sides. This is a largely symbolic gesture. Whether you vote for it, it passes or not, it will largely be irrelevant. But, why is this here? Well, it's really simply, it's a reaction. It's a reaction to parents that are really frustrated over years with a perception that educators are hiding things from them. A perception that they are judged by the educators to think they are the root of society's ills. So the reaction can be both sides can move to the middle and find common ground and find a way to increase transparency, or we can continue on the trajectory we're on, which will inevitably result in more bigger and bigger reactions. So in a couple years, probably in about a year, you're going to start hearing candidates talking about school vouchers and school choice. I mean, maybe that's really, really scary to you, but it's not outside the realm of possibility if we continue on this trajectory. So we need to move together. And I'll just finish by saying that as a former military officer, my wife's a military officer, I have a ton of friends who are military officers. And very many of them have reached the conclusion that the current environment of the public schools create followers who are fed prepackaged assumptions and prepackaged conclusions. They don't have agency. They're not capable of critically thinking. And so we, in unprecedented numbers, are choosing to educate our kids at home. So we have to make a choice. Do we want kids who have agency, who actually know what the assumptions are and can choose? Or do we want kids that are followers? Because at the end of the day, those of us who are making the investments in our kids as leaders are going to be the ones in work, in the military, in politics, and your kids, if we continue in this direction, which I don't want, are going to be just doing what they're told. Thank you.
Ms. Testa.
Tiffany Testa, 101 Moore Hill Road. I think this issue, this warrant article, speaks to an issue that is not about transparency, because it took me a while to get in line because I had to make sure I was accurate. But I can honestly say that I have read every single piece of literature, well, not piece of literature, every single book that's been assigned to my boys. I have 2 boys. They're in 8th and 11th grade. I've read every book that they have read for school. And I didn't like them all. Most of them I did, but I didn't like them all. And the other thing is, not only that, but when my son decided to take a few courses like the honors anatomy and physiology, I went and I bought the book. Why not? He's got to learn this stuff. I also have read most of the books in the history department up through the elementary, middle school. I'm not reading the ones in the high school because I have to work with my kids to do homework. Now, there's access to it if you ask for the access. If I question what my son is being taught, I reach out to the teachers. And if I don't get an answer there, I reach out to the principal, and on and on and on. I know that it is true that there have been many instances in the community this past few years that have really questioned the choices of the literature and also of the textbooks that have been used. I know that there has also been a committee to look at these books. This isn't about transparency. This is about having trust in what they're learning. And I think that I trust my sons and all of the adolescents to use their minds well. And so whatever they're exposed to, it's just learning and knowledge. But if you want to read the books, you can read the books for sure.
Yes, sir.
I'm Mark Christensen on Flint Meadow Drive.
Lift the mic up closer to your mouth. There you go.
All right. Name's Mark Christensen. I live in Flint Meadow Drive in Brookline. And many people have said that it's out there, it's available. Could someone walk me through? I'm a little thick. I want to read the high school history that they teach, American history. What do I do? Where do I get that book? Do I go to Amazon and buy it so I can find out what's going on? Can anyone answer, please?
As a member of the community, you would probably not be able to access that information on the website, but you could make a phone call or send an email to the principal at the high school, and he would probably, most likely, send you the syllabi, which is handed to every student in the beginning of the school year. On that syllabi would be a list of all of the textbooks and videos and many of the supplementary materials, and you would have that, and then you could then go to your local library and probably find some of those, and others of those you'd have to go on Amazon or to Barnes & Noble to buy. That's basically what you would have to do. So you'd have to reach out to the school.
So with the library, you know, a copy in Brookline, a copy in Hollis could be shared by a lot of people who are interested.
However,
instead of buying a whole lot of copies from, say, Amazon that would look at to learn about it a little bit and then want to look at all the other ones, that could be a lot of textbooks.
Absolutely. If they were in the library, that would be easier for you. But we can't tell the library what the library can house. Legally, the co-op school board cannot tell the library to put the books in the library. There are library trustees that can do that. So this is completely advisory.
So if the library was happy with it, you have no problem with supplying the books and all of this. The problem is the library.
I'm not going to answer that question at this point, no.
All right, well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
John Presley, 6 Silver Lake Road. I'd like to move the question, please.
Motion to end debate by John Presley. Is that correct? Do I have your name
Presley.
correct? Is there a second? Oh, yeah. Who's the, oh, yeah. By Tony Stanizzi.
Thank you.
If you wish to end debate, then the last speaker will be, I guess, Eric Power, who goes back to the end of the line, because there are two people behind you. If you wish to end debate on this question, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to ending debate, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Yes, ma'am.
Nardi, 68 Hideaway. I just wanted to point out that I'm not really sure why it would need to be the public libraries and not the school libraries themselves. Then there would be no legal problem, as the attorneys suggested. And I also wanted to point out that with Google Classroom, you know, a lot of there aren't a lot of textbooks, really. A lot of the assignments are go to this website and do this and do that, and it's really hard for parents to get to the bottom of what their child's homework is or what their assignments are. It's a pretty difficult thing. So whatever the decision is, what would have been important to me all these years when I struggled to help my son through a Google Classroom world, was to know what his assignments were, where was he told to research online. Because this is not just about textbooks. This is about telling children to write an essay on something and, oh, go here to get your information or go there to get your information. And we just have no idea. The internet is a jungle, really. And so it wouldn't just be books, textbooks, but I would also like to know, what websites are the children being told to go and do some research on and write papers on. And that's all I wanted to mention.
Yes, ma'am.
Marcia Cohn, Dow Road, Hollis. I just want to say that I had 3 kids go through the system. It's been a while now. I knew everything they were doing. I was part of what they were doing. If they had questions about it, they talked to me. If I had questions about it, I talked to them. If we both had questions about it, I talked to the teachers. There was nothing hidden. I was an active part in my kids' education. I've been a teacher. I've been an educational publisher. I've written the books that you guys are talking about. I've written the core curriculum that you guys are talking about. I know all the checks and balances that go into that stuff. I just don't see the problem here. I don't see why we need this article. I most importantly think that teachers are trained and educated people. You have to trust your teachers. Your school board are trained and educated people. You have to trust your school board. Your administrators are trained and educated people. Not all of us are trained to be teachers. Not all of us can be teachers. Not all of us know how to teach better than teachers do. And I'm wondering if there was a petition article up that says, gee, I pay my taxes, I support the police department. For the police to do their job, I want to see their curriculum, I want to see their training programs, I want to see everything they do before they can come to my house and help me. If you're a firefighter, I want to know how you're trained. I want to see every training material you have. I'd like it on display, wherever you can find to display it. These are our schools. These are our teachers. We have to trust them. If you don't like what's going on in the schools, talk to your teachers.
Let the lady speak,
We're not all
please.
teachers. It actually bothers me to see these articles. Teachers are educated people. Most of them know what they're doing. Doesn't mean we like them all. Most of them know what we're doing. We're parents. We can talk to our kids. We can talk to their teachers.
Mr. Darbone.
Greg Darbone, 65 Cleveland Hill Road. What we have witnessed in the last half hour or more is a microcosm of what's happening in America. It's the us versus them. There was a lady on Facebook from our community that said there's a war on teachers, and I responded back to her that some people would say there's a war on parents. What we're doing is we're trying to divide ourselves rather than unite. So let me tell you a quick story, especially for my fellow veterans, and if you haven't joined the VFW, make sure you do, okay? But a few years back, we had a new administration here at this high school, not the one that's here today. But they said, we got to have some more classroom time, so we got to cut out a holiday, a assembly or whatever. So they decided to cut out Veterans Day, okay? Not against veterans, just we had to make more time. The students, the high school students from this school put an online petition to say, and said, we want Veterans Day celebrated. Because we grew up with these veterans in elementary school, middle school, and now high school. So if you're afraid, and I'm a conservative, I'm a Ronald Reagan conservative, I want to trust the teachers, but I also want to verify, right? But let me tell you, this school district is the envy of the entire state for patriotism.
Speak to me, please, Mr. Darbone.
Okay. A few months back, someone accused our school system of teaching CRT. I investigated that and found that was not true. Okay? I am a Ronald Reagan conservative. I voted for Donald Trump, so in case you want to hate me some more. We do not need this division in our school system. Whether you vote for this or not, I really don't care, but I want to point out is we're trying to make teachers be bad people. Teachers are our neighbors, right? Teachers are our friends. They're not perfect, and neither are parents, God forbid. But parents are in charge of their children. That's what we're trying to do here, is have teamwork. And this country needs to learn teamwork. All you got to do is look at the Ukraine to see what real teamwork looks like.
Now, as I said before, you two go to the end of the line, and there are two gentlemen behind you, and they get to speak first.
Hi, Jeff Reuter from Irene Drive in Hollis. I've heard a lot of comments, a lot of concerns about parents that want access to the curriculums, who want to learn more. That's great. We should do it. We should do it in a different way than this article. As Tom mentioned earlier, this article is not about all the things people have been talking about today. It's about creating documentation so people can sue teachers, sue the schools, censor our books, censor our teachers. We got to stop this. We have to stop it right now. We can't allow this to continue and go into our schools. I'd encourage you to vote no against this article.
Lawrence Andrade, 4 Pullman Drive in Hollis. You know, I want to say that I'm not saying that they're bad people. I did have an experience one time. I lived in Swampscott, Massachusetts. And the library, this town library, was refusing to stock a newspaper because it was a conservative newspaper. There was a bias. So I got a camera and I went into the public library and I started taking pictures of all the empty shelves. They said they didn't have room to stock the newspaper. And the newspaper had been written by somebody. It was he'd published legal magazines of all things. That was the publisher of the newspaper. It's not pornography. It wasn't, you know, racist or anything like that. It was a conservative newspaper. So anyway, after taking the pictures of the empty shelves and so forth, and emailing the library, they did wind up stocking it. People don't have to be bad, not bad people, but you know what? You can have biases, and it's the biases that we're worried about. Thank you very much.
Garuba.
Thank you. Okay, so we heard that we just can't afford to put these books in the library. We can spend millions of dollars supporting the teachers, supporting the schools, which is important, but to spend any extra money maybe making something available or easy to access, that's just a bridge too far for the taxpayers here. I don't buy it. It just doesn't make sense. The next thing we heard is, and I couldn't get my head around this, I consider it doublespeak, really. You have the argument that making books available in the library is somehow supporting censorship. So it's better to make them hard to get and make people buy them themselves because somehow if we put them in the library, that'll be supporting censorship. I couldn't get my head around that. And someone also mentioned trust. Trusting blindly is the opposite of critical thinking. What we need to do is trust but verify. And I urge everybody to vote yes on this article. And I want to pass in a request for a secret ballot.
Yes, I'd like to speak to this article. Thank you for listening to me again. So there's no conspiracy theory here. I authored this article talking to other concerned parents and teachers. Parents in Brookline and in Hollis. This petition was signed by many folks in both towns. I don't have kids in the school anymore. I did. But I did experience problems when I was there. I was trying to get access to the books they were reading before my kids started reading them. And I wasn't able to get that. And then once the books were started, it was almost too late, but I did complain about one game, and one book, and I'll talk about that one. It was called Ender's Game, and it was in January, and I complained to the school about it, and they said, well, your son has to read it, too bad, and we're gonna have a committee that's gonna look at it. And the committee took till June to figure out that the book was okay, and said, and because you complained about it, no one else can complain about it for 2 years. So I also served on this school board for 3 years, so I know how things work. And we can make this change. The school board can, even whether this is voted up or down, the school board can listen, the administrators here can listen. This is important. I don't want to have my kids start reading books. As a matter of fact, I would use this resource if I was a parent to look at the courses they're picking for the next year. If the books were in the library, it might give you some idea on what they're going to be seeing. So there's no conspiracy theory here. This is what parents want to know, what their students are teaching, being taught, or what they could be taught. And last thing I'll say is I agree that the social library and the Brookline Public Library cannot be compelled to do anything, but they are here to serve the community. And we're in the cooperative school district. So if the cooperative school district wants to put books in the library, I'm sure arrangements could be made to make that work for everybody in the community. Please vote yes on this very important article. Thank you.
In order to have a ballot vote, I require 5 voters to make that motion in writing. When I call your name, please stand up and show me your card. Lawrence Andrade, Anita Loverow, William Loverow, Maria Joseph Garuba. Thank you. This will be a ballot vote. You may go to the ballot clerks and get your ballot and vote. Has everyone voted who wishes to? Have the ballot clerks had a chance to vote? Okay. Seeing no more voters who need to vote, it is time to close the polls. We're almost done, folks. One more article to go. Article 10 by petition. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5, Roman numeral 5-B, requiring that the annual budget and all special warrant articles having a tax impact, as determined by the school board, shall contain a notation stating the estimated tax impact of the article. The determination of the estimated tax impact shall be subject to approval by the governing body. The school board does not recommend this article by a vote of 0-6-0. The number on the warrant for the Budget Committee is incorrect. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a vote of 1 in favor and 7 opposed. Estimated net tax impact is 0. Moved by Eric Power, seconded by Dennis Bish. And the presentation by Mr. Power. Can we have number 10? There we go. Thank you.
Wanted to point out that the moderators mentioned that the warrant published didn't have the right vote for the Budget Committee. And then there was a updated version that was published that still, they made it 189 or 180, so they made 9 Budget Committee members, and that's not right. So it's 170. So this article is relatively straightforward. It's just having the legislative body require that we put in future warrant articles the tax impact in the warrant for each warrant article if there's a tax impact. Next slide. So RSA 35.2, Roman numeral 5-B, says that the legislative body can require that the school board and the Budget Committee put the tax impact directly in a warrant article. And in this case, because of the co-op, and the tax impact is not the same between Hollis and Brookline generally, it would have both of them in there. Next slide. Didn't look, okay. This is the RSA 32.5. This is just the law that exists. It's just basically stating that we can take this action as a legislative body to require the tax impact. Next slide. So this is an example of a warrant article from the past. This is an operating budget. So you see in white would be what's normally there. And so what would be included is what's in yellow at the bottom. So it would say something on the, and it's not exactly has to be like this, but you could say estimated, because it's always estimated anyway. What is the fiscal year tax rate impact? It'll say how much it is for Hollis and how much it is for Brookline. Very clear, right there with the warrant article, makes it clear to people how much they're going to be spending. It's transparency and how much we spend. And we just spent a whole bunch of time on transparency. This is fiscal transparency. Next slide. This increases transparency by putting right in the warrant the tax impact, so you know exactly how much you're going to be spending if you pass that article. The tax impact is estimated by the Budget Committee as it is today, and it is approved by the school board, which is the governing body. Including this tax impact in the warrant provides and supports full disclosure of tax impacts for more informed citizen voting at the district meeting. And it's also very helpful if you eventually adopt SB2 because it's right there on the ballot. Next slide. So I would ask that everybody support fiscal transparency for the co-op school district and require that we have the tax impact published in future co-op school district warrant articles. Thank you for listening and vote yes.
Is there any discussion on Article 10?
Kathleen Mann, Nartoff Road. Based on my experience working on 2 budget committees in our community, one in Hollis and one for the co-op, I would say that I don't know of 2 budget committees that are any more transparent than the ones on which I serve. We have monthly meetings. We publish minutes. We publish documents. We provide a public hearing a month before this meeting with a deck that includes tax impacts that are explained at the public meeting. Our meetings are live streamed. The public hearing is live streamed. It's on YouTube. And we come to this meeting and hear the context of what we're being presented with. So when we put up something like a tax impact for any article, you're likely to hear or at least see in the presentation where it fits for everything that's been passed across all of the districts. That gives you context. Looking at just a random number that can't be tied to anything doesn't give you context. You can't find a co-op tax rate on a tax bill. It's combined with the local school district rate for K to 6. And if you really want to understand how transparent you are, it's about being involved, and it's about kind of doing your homework before you get here. There's plenty of opportunity. There's plenty of information available. This deck tonight has been posted on the website, and you can review it. And we have public input at every budget committee meeting, and we haven't had any public input for this entire year. Nobody comes. So if you want transparency, I would encourage you to attend a meeting, watch the live stream, watch YouTube, or at least look at the decks that get posted, because all the information is there. Thank you. I urge you to vote no on this.
The results of the ballot vote on Article 9. Yes, 74, no, 179. The article fails. Mr. Mann.
Robert Mann, 29 Nartoff, and I do apologize for the 1-2 punch this evening from my family. I would like it noted, Mr. Moderator, that we at this body has taken, to my measure, 2 hours and 59 minutes to disposition these perennial petition warrant articles. I have all of the faith in the world that we will see these next year or similar in a year from now.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 9. Moved by Ms. Mann, seconded by Mr. Rader. If you're in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 9, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards, and the motion is restricted. Ms. Hicks.
Hi, Pam Hicks, 8 Maple Knoll Drive. I hate getting up here. I hate speaking in public, but this one upsets me. You should not have to do your homework to figure out the tax rate, and those numbers are tied to our tax bills. And to tell us that we should have to research, attend meetings, we should expect transparency from all of our boards, and having these articles list how that affects each and every one of us should happen every single time. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Yes, David Perry, 3 West Hollis Road. I'm new to Hollis.
Dave Barry,
I'm
did you say?
Perry,
Perry.
P-A-R-R-Y.
Not
yes.
the comedian.
Yes, I've attended the budget meeting that was held in Hollis at the Lawrence Barn. I was at the Hollis Town school budget vote. I'm here at the co-op vote. I'm trying to understand how this worked. I paid very close attention to that presentation that was made. Those presentations and the meetings I've been at so far tell me that the Hollis School District taxes will go up 8.5%, and that I saw this presentation And I left with the impression, well, because it was up there on the screen, that Hollis co-op taxes will go up 8.5%. I'm told that's not correct. I don't know what it is, but if anything could help me better understand what the impact of these warrant articles, by including that in the warrant articles, I think that'd be a really good thing. Thank you very much.
Darbone.
Greg Darbone, 65 Cleveland Hill Road. Darlene, I sympathize because I sat in your position, or at least on the Budget Committee for 6 years, and nobody shows up. Got it. But you know what? Since you have all the numbers, both sides of the aisle here, how hard is it to type in the PowerPoint? I mean, seriously, how hard is it to put it on here so that we at least have that capability? And the fact that these are perennial, well, I defended the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that's the reason every year these will come up, because we have the right, thanks to folks that came before us. So rather than complain about it, let's decide on it.
Ms. King.
Barbara King, Barton Road, Hollis. Move the question.
Motion has been made to end debate by Ms. King, seconded by okay. One more time, because Brian Loveland. Once again, this requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of ending debate, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. The last speaker will be Mr. Scales.
I was just going to move the question.
All right. Ms. Shandling.
Darlene, did I understand you that the reason you can't put the numbers up, your estimated numbers for a tax impact, is because the co-op is combined with the other two, with each town's respective school district? So you'd only see part of the tax impact, you wouldn't see the entire one?
You would see the impact exactly as you saw it tonight. Doesn't give you context, though. And by context, I mean you can't, there's no co-op tax rate on your tax bill. What I shared here earlier this evening was the full view of what people would expect to see. So if you're going to look at the local tax rate on your tax bill, it would be comprised of the co-op and the K-6 district. So you'd have to add those together, compare that to your tax bill to determine, what's higher or what's lower.
Would it make it easier to see at a glance here if we had a K through 12 SAU, one school district instead of 3?
I'm not going to make a state of judgment or opinion on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Scales.
Webb Scales, DePaul Gould Road, Brookline. I'm a little confused as to what we are asking for here. It sounds like what we want is to have the tax impact placed on the warrant. But the warrant comes out like months in advance of the meeting. The numbers move a little bit at the meeting. And what I experienced tonight was looking up at the screen, seeing the warrant articles, and maybe I'm imagining it, but I thought they all had the tax impact on them. So it seemed like we got what we're asking for. And then the flip side of this, of course, is what do we mean by tax impact? I mean, we got, cents per thousand, which sounds like tax impact, so that seems good. I think we got what we asked for here. If we want to do this like in terms of percentages, or whenever somebody puts up a percent, I always want to know what's in the denominator. Is it the percent of the Brookline tax, the total tax? Is it the percent change since last year? Is it the percent of the budget? Let's not have percentages here, but what I saw tonight is that we already get this. The Budget Committee does a fantastic job, And I don't see how we gain anything by codifying this. From where I stand, all I get is confusion by voting for this. So I suggest we vote against this. Thank you.
Come now to vote for the very last article on the warrant. And in fact, my back of the envelope vote yes was that we would end tonight at 11:15. If you are in favor of requiring that the estimated tax impact appear on the warrant, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the noes have it. Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 10, moved by Ms. Mann, seconded by me. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 10, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. Thank you. I would like to say that now that this is the last meeting of this session, that I would like to extend my personal thanks to the school board and the budget committee for all the work that they put in all year long. They put in an enormous amount of time. You cannot, if you haven't been on the boards and attend the meetings, you cannot imagine how much time they put in. But mostly I would like to thank you voters for coming out and voting and attending the meetings. Mr. Powell.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to dissolve the meeting. Moved by Mr. Power, seconded by
Cordelia Scales, Jupal Gould Road, Brookline.
Cornelia Scales. All in favor of adjourning, of dissolving the meeting, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. And we are dissolved.